Good afternoon. Call this meeting to order. My name is Angie Box. I'm the chairman of the commission, and it's a pleasure to be here today with you all. It's a wonderful season settings day. I'd like to welcome our guests and visitors we have with us today. We've got Larry Woody, Johnny Allred, and Richard Logston, TWRF, Scott Reese for UT Extension, Anthony Landers with Tennessee Outside, Clara and Laura Dyes, they're here, and Mike Butler, TWF, and Kevin Botts, they're together, Sam Bradshaw, Andrew Purrier, DOHR, and Taylor Martin. Okay. We have who? Okay. All right. Thank y'all for being here today. At this time, I would like for Danette to call the roll, please. Yeah. You decided to say that.
Jimmy Granberry. Here. Tommy Woods. Here. Monty Ballou. Here. Stan Butts. Here. Wally Childress.
Here.
Bill Cox.
Here.
Chris Devaney.
Here.
Jim Ripley.
Here.
Steve Jones.
Here.
Brian McLaren.
Here.
Kent Woods.
Here.
Hank Wright.
Here.
Angie Box.
Here.
Chairman, we have a quorum.
Thank you, Danette. At this time, I'd like to ask Interim Director Jason Maxedon for any reports.
Thank you, Madam Chairman. I'd like to ask you to turn your attention to the screen. As we gear up for today's season-setting conversation, I wanted to take a minute to highlight what we do and what we're going to be discussing today and why it's so important to us as an agency. This young lady that you see up there is Virginia Barron. She's from West Tennessee, and she was diagnosed with a disease that resulted in full body paralysis. After 8 months in the hospital and countless surgeries, she was able to make tremendous physical progress. She's been shooting for the past year with a Rossi 410 with a thumb hole stock that allows her to get a stronger grip on the gun, but she can do everything else on her own. I'm happy to say that she harvested her first this year. So we want to reach out to her and tell her congratulations. And I think we're going to get to see her in Dyersburg at our meeting there, and she's going to come and visit with us. So congratulations to Virginia. I also want to highlight another example. It's Hunter West. Hunter West is 12 years old, and he has a type of bone cancer that resulted in an amputation. Some of you may have saw some stuff that we had on the web about Hunter, but he has a robotic replacement now and goes for chemo every 2 weeks, but he loves hunting. His father asked TWRA if they could bring the green truck by for him to see, and you bet our officers did. The officers you see in the picture are Joel Hyden and Dustin Burt, and they did just that. They brought some sheds by for Hunter to take a look at, and there was also some very generous donors that gave him a 6.5 Creedmoor with some ammo and fishing gear. We're going to be talking about our 3 initiatives a little bit later today, but I thought these were some pretty good photographs to show you of these young folks and why we do what we do, and especially congratulations to both of them. Also, a big event that's going to be occurring this weekend. I know some of the commissioners are going. I'm going myself on Saturday, but the Bass Nation High School Tournament Championship is going to be held in Paris, Tennessee. There's going to be 200 boats participating in the event with 80 different high schools represented there. All these students had to participate in qualifiers to earn their spot at that event. So we're looking forward as a commission and agency to getting out there and spending some time with those young folks this weekend. I'm also proud of our great staff. You're going to see a lot of effort that they've put into the season setting process. A lot of folks will have participated in that to get us where we're today. I also want to recognize a new member of our team. So would you stand up, please, Miss Emily Buck? Miss Emily is our new Director of Communications and Outreach. This is her first commission meeting. She grew up here in Tennessee. She comes to us from the agriculture industry, and she spent the last 2 years in Washington, D.C. working with federal agencies, Congress, and the White House to report on ag policy and rural issues, and we're happy to have her back in Tennessee now. Our law enforcement team just wrapped up interviews for the incoming officer class. After several rounds of interviews, we're excited to announce that we will have 18 new officers starting the academy on June 12th. As you all know, that'll be a 23-week process that they'll go through. But we're looking forward to welcoming them into our TWRA family, and we wish them the best of luck as they begin their new careers with us. This month, staff also held a public listening session on the Carroll County 1,000-acre lake. We had a few commissioners to participate in that. This is also known as Lake Halford. And as many of you have heard, the state legislature allocated $11 million to transfer ownership of the lake from the county watershed authority to TWRA management. We had a successful meeting there. We had about 200 participants that came, and we had a listening session. Fisheries Chief Frank Fisk is reviewing all the data that came in there, the local policy and public input to work on the best path as we move forward. So you'll be hearing more about that from our staff at the August commission meeting about what path we'll take forward with Lake Halford. So last month during the budget expansions, if you recall, Commissioner Jones asked for more information on Buffalo Ridge Refuge. Before proceeding with the full grant funding for a partnership with UT in regards to wild child and education programs at Lone Oak and Buffalo Ridge. So after speaking with Madam Chairman Box, we decided that it would be best to send this to the R3 committee for review and to look at the possibility of a strategic plan for Buffalo Ridge. We want to do a more in-depth look to see what the agency and the commission want from Buffalo Ridge Refuge. And we're going to send that back to the R3 committee, and we'll get back at a later time with the commission and the public on a full report on that. The last thing that I have is after the season setting process, we're going to be moving fast to get changes into our hunting guide. At this time, I would like to ask Marketing Director Jennifer Wisniewski to come to the podium. Jennifer's going to share some changes that are coming with the hunting guide and what that process will look like and answer any questions that you may have.
Yeah, really excited to be here and tell you guys about some really cool improvements that are coming to the hunting guide. So everybody's familiar with our old hunting guide. There's advertisements in it. They did the website for us that had a lot of ads on it, and it just wasn't that user-friendly and wasn't that, you got it, Stan, and not that great setup to find things easily. So we came up with a plan to take the whole thing back in-house. So we are doing this internally now and not using contractors to treat it as a magazine issue. So everybody that has a lifetime license and everybody that buys a sportsman's license will get the hunting guide and the fishing guide now mailed directly ad-free to their front door. So I think that'll be a really great improvement to customer service and be another perk to buying that lifetime and sportsman's license. And you can also subscribe to the magazine for $10 a year and get all of those things, as well as 4 issues of Tennessee Wildlife Magazine. And on top of that, we are also going to have the version that has some ads in it that will be shipped out to our licensed vendors so that the general public can still walk into a Walmart or a Bass Pro Shop and get those things for free and not have to have any cost to them. So there'll be 2 versions of the guide, an ad-free one and one with ads. But the best part is, and big shout out, Jason Harmon's on an Alaskan cruise. I can't give him a shout out. Shout out to Jason Harmon and Michelle from IT, our webmaster, who have integrated all of these things into our very own Tennessee TWRA website. So we won't have a separate website for our hunting regulations anymore. It will be integrated in our own website, even down to every single WMA page will have the specific regulations for that WMA embedded on the page, as well as contact information and everything. And that was a really big lift that they've been working on this past year. So that's the process moving forward. And I'm really excited about this because to have an ad-free guide, and we're doing it, by the way, looking at you, Commissioner Cox, this is for the same cost as we've been doing it before because of changes in paper prices and some of the supply chain issues that have gone on. So any questions about that? All right. Well, thank you guys so much.
Thank you so much.
Madam Chair, that concludes the director's update.
Thank you, sir. I appreciate that. I've got a few announcements to make. We have 2 designees here sitting with us from our ex officio members. So we have Commissioner Charlie Hatcher is designated Mr. Jeff Aiken back there. He'll be attending meetings. And Commissioner Salyers has a designee of Mr. Chuck Yost. Happy to have y'all here. It's also Jeff Aiken's birthday. So we all need to say happy birthday to him. Happy birthday. One very special announcement I'd like to make is someone very important to us that does a humongous job, I'd say, all the time, has been struggling with cancer and has made a full recovery. She's still recovering, and she's cancer-free. So I want everybody to give Danette All righty. One other announcement I'd like to, is Johnny Allred here? Would you come to the front, please, and give us an update on the raffle, please? Thank you, sir.
So thank you for having me, and thank you, Jason, and the commission, and Jennifer, for everybody that helped with this. It's a big undertaking. It's a lot of thought into it. We have really great sponsors that help us, including the new Ford truck. And Ford is obviously a Ford truck for this. That better. And so it's kicking off right now. You can go online at raffle.twrf.net and you can buy tickets right now. So look forward to everybody doing that and participating. $2 million. That's the goal. Yeah.
We'll make it 3. Thank you, Mr. Allred. Okay. Any more announcements from the commission? The public? Okay. Well, we will get started with our day today. I'd like to just make a few statements that it's a privilege to be here. It's a privilege to us to be able to gather in this room and discuss our important resources of the state. And it's a huge privilege. And I just wanted to let y'all know that. And today is also, I want to remind everybody, it's committee day. It's only discussion action from the committees for today. Give them the freedom to be able to go over these important matters. And good answers come from respectful, good conversations. So I'm looking forward to today, and thank you all for being this. Thank you for the staff. I know this is a big undertaking, so thank you all for being here. With that, I would like to pass it to our chairman of Wildlife, Commissioner Steve Jones.
Thank you, Madam Chairman. Last month, we had a preview of the season setting process and some recommendations by staff. Commission had some comments then. We did open it up for another public comment period, and I think you may review all the public comment periods and all the commission and staff recommendations that have gone on over several months, but it all comes to the finale, I guess, over the next couple of days. So today, the Wildlife Committee of the Tennessee Fish and Wildlife Commission will hear staff's recommendations after reviewing all the data that we've received from every corner of the state, and the committee will take a look at that and vote it up or down, maybe make a few changes, and we'll be ready to hopefully submit all that information to the full commission tomorrow. So with Joe, if you want to come on up, and if it's okay with the rest of the Wildlife Committee, the way I'd like to handle it, I know last month we handled it a little bit differently. We let them go through the full presentation before we discussed any of it. But today I'd like to go through proclamation by proclamation and have them presented to us, discuss them, and then pass them as amended and before we go on to the next proclamation. Is that okay? Can I get a consensus from the rest of the? All right, thank you, Joe. Floor is yours.
Thank you, Mr. Chairman. Check. Okay. Good afternoon. Thank you, Mr. Chairman, and hello again, commissioners. It seems like just a few days ago we were here for a marathon, as one of the commissioners called it. I'm hoping today we can have a half a marathon. As the chairman, the chairwoman, and the wildlife chair have asked me to summarize what we presented to you last month. And so what you'll see today is proclamation by proclamation summary of the agency recommendations. You'll also see the responses from the agency to the questions you asked us to consider for each of those proclamations. I do want to comment on my friend and former colleague, Chuck Yost. We missed him during hunting season. He's been part of the agency process for hunting season for years and years. And so, Chuck, it's good to see you again. It's odd to have you on that side of the podium, but if I have questions, I may ask you based on your past history with us. So with that, I'll begin. Just a quick reminder, some of the folks either watching online or in attendance today may not have been here. It's pretty much a 9-month process. Agency, commissioners, and members of the public. We have hunting seasons. We collect our data. We look at the data, compile it. We do surveys throughout the year. We have several comment periods, as was mentioned. We have the April preview, and today we're here to ask the commission to consider final agency recommendations for approval. And following this meeting, really Monday, we'll have our final review of the hunting guide and incorporate any changes that are made today. So it's a long process, and we're excited to be here with you today. Just a reminder again, we do accept comments year round from the public. You'll see the email address there. We did have a comment period from after the April commission meeting until about May 23rd in order for us to compile those comments. Again, just a reminder, we have surveys that go on throughout the year for different hunting groups, and then of course receive commissioner input. This is a summary of the comments we've received from the public, mostly by email since April. We received 601 additional comments during this period. 89 were about deer. These are listed in, again, it's a summary. So we emailed these comments to you all the comments to you several days ago, so you could review those. Most of these were about buck limits. You'll see $2, $3, $1. There were some comments about extending the deer season and increased buck limits that you all asked about. Elk permits that you requested. Lots of comments on turkey. This didn't surprise us, probably didn't surprise you either. There was 92 that opposed banning of fanning on public land, 43 that wanted to lower the bag limit to 2 birds, 35 that wanted to ban jakes with some exceptions in the parentheses there. Different folks wanted to exempt youth, disabled folks, or allow the first bird someone harvests to be a jake. Somebody also had the idea that you could limit the bag from 2 birds to only 1 could be a jake. So lots of comments about that. Bear hunt zone comments, just a couple there, as well as a mandatory tooth submission, one in support of that. Furbearers, we had a lot of comments there. Trapping all year, 29 supported that. And then also the bulk of the other comments were for night hunting, which you all have considered, seems like every time we're here for the last couple of years. Moving on to WMAs, we had 44 comments about our wildlife management areas. In particular, Natchez Trace, 8 supported the changes to the turkey hunting there to move it towards a quota. 2 opposed. Cheatham, just a few comments really. 1 was to keep it as a quota system. 1 was to move it to statewide seasons. 3 folks wanted more opportunity, kind of in a general sense, and then no one commented on the opening the gun season on the opening day of gun season. A few comments about quail and small game. And there's always this miscellaneous category, and kind of the bulk of those, many of these comments are singles. You can't group them with anyone else. They're kind of one-offs. In this case, the miscellaneous, there were 4 that wanted to increase the out-of-state license fees. And then manner and means, there's 18. And I'll let Lieutenant Grandstaff speak to the manner and means specifically when he gets to that proclamation. So again, 600 comments from the public in the last month. So for the presentation today, as the chairman requested, we're going to provide a summary of the recommendations we shared in April. There'll be blue font. We have just a few recommendations that we changed as an agency leading up from April to today. We'll start with the big game proclamation. That'll probably be the longest one. I'll actually have a few staff that come up to provide some information on that. We'll move to the small game and Furbearer proclamations. There's 2 there. We'll handle those independently. Wildlife management areas, the National Wildlife Refuge hunting areas, and then finally, Lieutenant Grandstaff for the manner and means. So continuing with what's ahead, there's 3 new, like I mentioned, 3 recommendations. One is to kind of correct the proclamation to match the rule regarding the youth hunting waterfowl, the age of the adults. So we realized that the rule and the proclamation differed. So we'll change that from 21 down to 18. So it'll be a little liberalization of that, again, so that we can match the proclamation and the rule. You asked us to consider raccoon and opossum trapping. So there's 2 recommendations there. One would be that opossum hunting is allowed through March 15th, which would mirror raccoons, and also year-round trapping, which also would mirror raccoons. So those are the 3 changes that the agency has today that are different from what you saw in April. Then in the proclamations, we'll go through the commission requests and what we heard from the public and the agency response. And again, just a reminder, there are other things in the proclamations, the red lines that you see on your iPads, that are minor housekeeping things. So it's worded differently or unclear. We had to correct some things. So that's what's ahead of us today. And again, we'll ask for commission action, or I guess wildlife committee action on each of the proclamations in order. So jumping right into the big game, the statewide big game hunting season and bag limit proclamation 22-02. I want to acknowledge all the species program coordinators that helped with this. I forgot to put Steph Carnes on here. She was up here last month, but Dr. Brad Miller, our elk program coordinator, Roger Shields, you'll hear from him on turkeys, Garrett Clevenger, our new deer program coordinator, and then Dan Gibbs, our bear coordinator. So thanks to these gentlemen for their work on this. So I'm going to summarize the changes, the recommendations that the agency has in the big game proclamation. So again, what you heard in April, there was 2 changes regarding turkey management. We're sharing them now because there's a lot of concern about turkeys. These will actually be voted on and considered in the WMA proclamation. But there were select WMAs in Region 2. The agency recommends having a 1 bird limit the first 14 days. Excuse me. And then in the Williamsport WMA, also in Region 2, combining 2 turkey hunts into 1, adding 6 days of hunting, and reducing the bag to 1. It was 1 bird per hunt previously. This would make it 1 bird for 1 hunt instead of 2 hunts. Deer regulations, no changes there. Also, just wanted to remind folks, Steph did a great job overviewing or previewing, I guess, some pretty major significant changes in how we manage and consider deer hunting regulations as well as turkey hunting for 2024. We're working on developing new management units, both for deer and turkey. They'll be independent of each other. In other words, they may not line up with where those zones are. She also did a great deal of background on what adaptive harvest management is and the process we're going to use moving forward. It's a little more rigorous. It's a little more structured. It'll be more transparent. We're using biological data, harvest data, as well as social science data, which you guys have seen in the last number of years, more and more. Survey information directly from the public. And during this time between now and then, we'll do a lot more public outreach and education so that the public, as well as the commission and our other staff that maybe aren't involved in this, will be able to kind of keep tabs as we move along with that process. So good things coming. I also will remind you what our staff, kind of our instructions to staff were, because we anticipate these pretty big scale changes in 24, we asked them not to consider smaller changes for this season setting process. Elk regulations, no change. We do anticipate a new elk hunt zone or zones in 2024, which will come with additional permits, and I'll let Dr. Miller speak to that at the right time here in the proclamation. So again, this is a summary of what we brought to you in April. There were 3 bear recommendations. One was to expand or adjust the borders of Bear Hunt Zone 4 and the transition zone. This is increasing the area due to bear population growth. The Kettlefoot and Laurel Fork, additional few days of hunting, removing the quota system, and then allowing electronic check-in. This is requested by bear hunters and supported by our bear program coordinator. Mandatory bear tooth submission. Steph went through some detail about this. We really need those data that we get from the teeth to help better manage our bear population. There's some new research about information that you can get out of the tooth when you pull it out and have a lab analyze that. So we'll be able to do a little more fine scale bear management with that. The Type 94 permit, this has been a confusing permit for the public, the commission, and even staff for a long time. And the second bullet there is really the name of, it's what we call the permit. It's a non-quota wildlife management area big game permit. So if you're hunting on a wildlife management area during a non-quota hunt, you have to have this permit. There was also requirement for some private land big game hunters to have this. We've removed completely the need for this permit if you hunt big game on private land. So this is a big step, I think an important one, and it will be well received. We did tell you in April that we had planned to increase the age where this is required from 13 to 16. We did, as we were looking at the red line and the proclamations to change this, somebody remembered that there was a rule on this. I think it was Wally Aikens, our assistant chief. So we looked it up, and in fact, there is a regulation that requires those that need a license to have this permit. So we will adjust this whenever we open the rule to change that age from 13. The reason it's 13, you don't need any kind of hunting license below 13, but the way the rule reads, it's a generic rule that requires hunters hunting big game on WMAs to have all the required permits. So again, this will be a slight change from what we shared in April. that we weren't able to accomplish. Waterfowl regulation that I mentioned earlier, the rule, and so by reducing the age in the proclamation to 18, it would match the rule that you all passed just last year. So that's a summary of the Big Game Proclamation. Moving now to the items that the commission requested we consider. This list is not complete. This list is only those things that you asked us to consider in April that relate to the Big Game Proclamation. There's a few more in Furbearers and small game, and the WMA will get to those at the appropriate time in the presentation. So I'll just read through these. You all requested that we consider increasing the number of elk tags, adding a closure between the muzzleloader and gun season as a split or a break, a better description of the testing process and timing around chronic wasting disease, increasing the buck limit and season length in unit CWD, consider changing the MAV turkey unit boundaries, consider a Jake rule, and consider reducing the spring turkey bag limit to 2. We considered these. We'll go through these one by one in a minute, but I just want to let you know there's no agency recommendations based on these requests from the commission. So with that, I'll ask Dr. Brad Miller to come and go through the elk. There was a couple things that you all asked him to provide around population estimates and then regarding the permit number. So Dr. Miller.
Afternoon, everybody. So I'm just going to take a few minutes and run through a handful of slides. Some of you on the Wildlife Committee have already seen these slides, but again, there was discussion last month about how many elk do we have and are there some opportunities for additional elk tags. So we'll discuss that a little bit as far as public input. There was some support for that request for additional elk tags. But as I discussed in the Wildlife Committee meeting, it's in the works. As part of our strategic elk plan, we have been doing a ton of habitat work, and we're going to create some new elk zones for 2024 and create some new hunting opportunities. So just to make sure everybody's on the same page, we have 5 elk counties. Within the elk counties, we have a elk restoration zone. That's the gray shaded area. It's roughly 700,000 acres. Within the restoration zone, we have the North Cumberland Wildlife Management Area. So that's the public land within the restoration zone. Within the public land, we have our elk hunt zones. So you can see those. We have 8 zones. And that's where all of our elk hunting has taken place. So, you know, in the 6 years I've been doing elk hunts, we've only had one hunter find a willing landowner that would allow access on private property. These folks that are drawn for these public land elk tags, they can hunt private property if they find a willing landowner. And thus far, landowners have not been very forthcoming in allowing access. In the center, you'll see a circled area in red. That is the Sunquist unit, where currently we do not have elk hunting. That's where the Elk Tower, the elk viewing tower is located. We have an elk herd there, and the population, through our habitat work, we've been trying to shift it to the west, and we anticipate putting in a new hunt zone there, hopefully in 2024. You asked a little bit about how many elk do we have. You know, each winter we do a mark resite population estimate where we have a certain number of animals that we know are out there with radio collars or GPS collars. And we go and we run surveys. And if we encounter those animals, we record those. And it's a whole ratio thing. And we can develop an estimate. Of course, we don't have boom and bust in elk herds like that. That's just variability in the data and the technique. I think the take-home message for this is if you look at the population trend, you know, it's going in the right direction. We also, through the University of Tennessee research, we have a new way of counting elk. So within our elk hunt zones 1 through 6, we collected scat from various sites, and using DNA techniques and modeling, we can determine how many elk, an estimate of elk in our hunt zones, excluding the Ed Carter unit zones. And then we also came up with a population estimate for the Sunquist unit. So when we're talking about how many elk do we have, well, we may have, 400, 500 elk in the state, but this is the number that we're really hunting is, zones 1 through 6, that's an estimate of 128 elk, give or take. And then looking at some of the harvest data, over time, as we have increased the number of tags, we're at 15 tags right now. The proportion of our bulls that are 6.5 or older has declined. And I don't have the most recent year's data back from the lab yet, but I expect it to be very similar with a very low proportion of our harvested animals being older age class animals. So that's all the slides I had for elk. I'd be glad to answer any questions if you guys and ladies have any.
Thank you, Dr.
Okay, thank you.
I got a question.
Yes, sir.
If that's all right. I'm not on the committee, but I got a question.
Fine by me.
Outside of the zone of private property, if they're not allowing private landowners, are they allowed to take depredation?
Sure. In the past, we have issued depredation permits, but about 5 years ago, the director said we would not issue depredation permits any longer. There are certain state laws that allow landowners to take animals outside of the elk zone that are causing damage.
Do you know how many that is?
In the 5-6 years I've been here, I'm not aware of any.
So does that tell you that the landowners up there are like the elk, more accepting of the elk, and not as suspicious of them as they were 20 years ago?
Well, I mean, I can't speak for what the situation was 20 years ago, but we had a.
Well, that's why we've got the zone.
Yes, sir.
That's why you've got the zones outside that they can take them, because they're worried about the crops.
Correct. So we worked with the University of Tennessee about 4 years ago and did a stakeholder survey. Dr. Neelam Pooljal came and gave an update on that. And the take-home message from that survey, looking at the residents in our elk counties, they had very high favorability of elk. But of course, there are some that were opposed to elk because they had reported damage.
Mark, can you go
Hey,
back
com-
to that?
Commissioner, you'll get to ask questions tomorrow. If we could stick to the committee. Thanks.
Anyone else?
Let's get through this proclamation so we can get a motion in a second on the floor, and then we can have discussion. Just keep it going.
I need to do a quick apology to Lieutenant Colonel Dale Grandstaff. I think I called him Lieutenant several times, so my apologies regarding that. So moving from elk into deer, we have no agency recommendation for deer season changes this year, either statewide or in unit CWD. And again, in 2024, we expect new deer management and adaptive harvest management. So some significant changes predicated by some public input as well as input from the commission. Also a reminder, I don't think I have it in the slide. Steph talked about the CWD management plan. That also will be in the works. We expect to have a draft of that for public comment in October. So we'll have another good review by the public at that point, including the commissioners as well. This is a slightly edited version of the testing times regarding CWD. And I just want to go through this again. It's important. It's also, something our hunters are interested in. I'm going to try to go through this again. These are average times. And so I'll start by saying there are folks that have experienced drastically more days of turnaround time here. There were issues with labs with COVID, staffing. There was a national shortage of the kits that are used to test CWD in the lab. So there's some confounding issues. We also know that opening of gun season, muzzleloader season, the volume of samples that we get in process as well as the lab causes a delay. But these are the average numbers for the 2019 to 21 season. So if you start at the top left there and just follow through with me, someone harvested deer and they report it, usually like the next day or so on average, they'll drop that head off, and they could drop it in a freezer that we have. They could bring it to their processor, or they could bring it to their taxidermist. Okay. About 3 days later, on average, the heads are picked up by the agency. And some of this is, again, if a processor has a deer, we can't go that same day and pick the deer up because they're processing them. So there's about a 3-day delay in us getting those samples. So at that point, the agency takes about a day to pull the lymph nodes. We've got to record the data. There's some checking of data, hunter ID numbers, and those kind of things. And then we overnight those samples to the laboratory. So that arrow on the right is really just an overnight time period. The testing labs get the samples the next day. And so they begin to process those. And again, there's an 18-day on average turnaround time for the lab to process these. That's something that's totally out of our control. Again, this is an average based on a lot of samples. It doesn't include those outliers. Some folks have gotten their results in, just a couple weeks. Once we get those results back, in that kind of middle box there, we have to review them. If a sample is positive from a new county, we do some checking before we report that to the hunter or to the public. So there's a 1-day turnaround. Our staff crank through those as quick as we can. And as soon as we find out that those samples are from existing counties, we post that on the website. So that's 24 days, again, on average, from when the hunter pulls the trigger on a deer to when we get the results back to them. There's one more day turnaround. We actually reach out to them directly and email them and say, your deer was detected or not detected. And there's another day we've got to get with our license database to get the emails. There's some structure in there that we need to do. If you look across the nation, obviously 15 days could be shorter, and we know that it can be very, very much longer than that. But this is, again, the average turnaround times. We might tweak this a little bit, but we'll put this up on the website for folks to see. But again, we realize that this is not the individual experiences that are not this average. So I wanted to share that with you all. So the commission requested a closure between muzzleloader and gun season. We had one person support it, two folks oppose it. We realized that there could be a rest period in here where no one's hunting in the woods, if it was 5 days during the week or whatever. So there could be some value there. There may be a de facto rest period anyway if folks aren't hunting during the week. But this would also result in decreased opportunity for those folks that could hunt during the week. And also, again, there's minimal public demand. So the agency doesn't recommend any change to this muzzleloader or gun deer season. You all requested that we look at increasing the season length and the bag limit for bucks in unit CWD. Again, we had very minimal comments on this in the public input, which is kind of surprising. You see the numbers there. No one opposed it, and one person and 3 people supported those. What we wanted to share with you is we've done some human dimension surveys. We've got social science data that's really good quality data around CWD. We've done a number of surveys of hunters and landowners and residents there. I'm going to go through just a few slides with these just to orient you. The green means folks are kind of happy or satisfied. The yellow is neutral, where folks are neutral. The black is they're not sure. And I talked to Benedict, our HD person, and I said, well, can we lump those with neutral? And he said, no, these are people that don't know. So they could be people that don't know about CWD. So it's a legitimate, category there. So, and then finally, the red is the folks that are dissatisfied. So on the left here, we're looking at landowners. So landowners within unit CWD, if you look at the green and the yellow, you've got 77% are satisfied or neutral. And then a few folks don't know, they don't have an opinion, 8, and then 15% are dissatisfied. And then if you look on the right pie chart there to the residents, it's about the same. There's a few more folks that don't know and a few less folks that are dissatisfied. Again, that's the length and the timing of the season in unit CWD. These are the same charts, but they're for hunters. So the people that they don't have to live in unit CWD, but green and yellow, if you look at green and yellow, that's the majority of the folks that surveyed. They're happy or neutral about the timing and length of the CWD seasons. And bottom left is August. The next one over is archery, gun, muzzleloader, and finally the January private land hunt there. And the last pie chart here, this is for folks that hunt in unit CWD, what they thought of the statewide antler bag limit. We did not ask the question specifically about their perception of the bag limit in unit CWD. So they are answering the question about the antler buck limit statewide. And again, you look at 62% plus 21, about 17% of folks think it's too high. The limit's too high for bucks, and then 21% think it's low. So in this graph, 21% would prefer a higher buck limit. So the agency response, again, well, I've split these up here for the next two slides. Regarding the increase in season length, we know that peak conception or the rut occurs in December in that area. We've got good data from that area. It occurs in December. We know that antler drop timing is variable. So if you have a longer season, the chances of shooting a buck that dropped his antlers thinking it was a doe is greater. It may conflict with small game hunters. We know there's a lot of small game hunters in Region 1 that partake of that after the deer season's over. Hunter satisfaction, the slides we just showed you, it seems like most folks, less than 20% are dissatisfied, I guess would be a way to say that. And the final point there, our staff shift efforts to targeted removal. So just want to remind you that after the season is over, the deer season is over, we start targeted removal in Unit Cwd, and it takes a lot of our staff time. So that's just a small piece in our reasoning there. But again, we have no recommendation regarding the season length in Unit Cwd. Moving on to the idea of increasing the buck limit in Unit Cwd. You all know we have replacement buck programs. If you harvest a positive CWD positive deer, you get a replacement buck. That's good for this year or next year. That's to offset the delay, as we mentioned earlier, in testing, getting those testing results back. Particularly if you shoot a buck later in the season, you may not even get that test result back till after the season. So they're good for the current and the next season. We also have an Earn a Buck program, and both of those programs are unlimited. So if you shoot 2 antlerless deer in Unit Cwd, you get a buck, another buck on your limit. So we don't feel like the buck limit is impacting the ability to kill more bucks there. So we don't have a recommendation on that. We've got a head for deer management and turkey management in 2024. Here's where I did put in the CWD strategic plan. I forgot to earlier. And again, there's going to be some public education engagement and then input throughout the process of the next couple of years on each of these different components of our deer and turkey management. I did want to just leave this slide up. We showed this in April. This is the statewide deer season dates that we recommend for 22-23. There's no changes except for the calendar date. And from here, we'll move on to turkeys. Roger has a few, y'all asked him a few questions, maybe one or two to consider, and we'll give Roger the podium at this point.
All right, good afternoon. Spring turkey season. So I actually just want to begin real quick, just give a brief overview of how the season went and where things ended. So preliminarily, the total reported harvest for the 2022 spring season was 29,940. So just a few birds shy of 30,000. And as you look at the long-term trend across 15 years here is what's showing, we see pretty long-term stable trend, ups and downs from year to year. And as we look at the most recent 5-year average, that number is 33,422. So we were down this year about 10% from that 5-year average. But again, the trend goes up and down from year to year. Looking at it on a regional basis, you kind of see very similar things. For the most part, regions 2, 3, and 4 have basically stable trends over the long term, again, the 15-year period. The exception to that would be region 1 that does see continues to see a little bit of a downward trend. So just wanted to let you see that. And then just to touch on the hunter success, this year we had 21,209 successful hunters, and by and large, the majority of those take a single bird. So 68% harvested 1 bird, birds and 3 birds. There are a few situations where somebody harvests more than the statewide bag limit of 3. There's some explanations. We still have some areas maybe that allow some bonus birds, or folks that just still are not aware of what the bag limit is. So But as you look at this year compared to the 5-year average, it was surprising, first of all, how similar the successful hunters, the number of successful hunters is. We were very similar to the 5-year average. And I note here that if you look at that 5-year average for those who harvested more than 3 birds, so they're on the graph on the right, the very last block there is 5% of hunters used to harvest more than 3 birds. And that pretty much got shifted over with the reduction from a bag limit of 4 down to 3. Now we're seeing that we see a little bit higher percentage of the birds that, or hunters that harvest just 1 bird. So it seems like we've taken that 5% and shifted it to those who harvest just 1 bird. So there's plenty more that we could go into, but I don't want to take up all your time just talking about this past season. There'll be a full report of that when we do the annual turkey status report. So just to go very quickly over the 2 recommendations that we are presenting from the agency standpoint. Again, these recommendations actually will fall under the WMA Proclamation. So we won't ask you to consider them now during the big game proclamation, but I wanted to touch upon them because they're related to turkey management on this kind of a larger scale. And the first one deals with these management areas in Middle Tennessee. We know there's a few of them and have experienced really increasing pressure from hunters. They're well-known areas. People know that they have a high densities of turkeys. And these areas, by and large, for the most part, are large areas. They have accessible terrain. They're not overly hilly. And they have plenty of access points and good roads. And so it's led to people really showing up on these areas to hunt, which has led to some complaints and concern about overcrowding. And it's really diminishing the quality of the hunt and the hunter satisfaction of those who do participate there. Another thing that we've noticed as the pressure has grown, an increasing number or the increasing proportion of that harvest is occurring within the first 2 weeks of the season, which we feel is maybe something that we should try to address. All of this is likely exacerbated, of course, by the proximity of these areas to those counties in southern Middle Tennessee that have the late opener. So what we would recommend to you is that there's 5 areas: Cheatham, Old Hickory, Percy Priest, Yanali, and Haley Jaquith, that we could limit the harvest to 1 turkey per hunter per WMA during the first 14 days of the season. We think this would help to enhance the hunt quality and make it a better hunt for those who show up and participate on these areas, kind of spread out the harvest a little bit among the hunters, and will distribute the harvest more into the rest of the season as well. Again, these will be considered under the WMA Proclamation 2203. In developing that recommendation, we did consider whether or not this was something that could apply across the board to all WMAs in the state. But as we got looking into it, we noticed that this concern that we were having, or that we're seeing with increased hunter demand and overcrowding, we see that on all WMAs across the state. And as this is really a recommendation to address the hunt quality and hunter satisfaction, and not so much a biological concern, we didn't move forward with trying to make a recommendation for all WMAs to have a 1 bird limit. Again, some of the WMAs already have. The other areas are just less accessible, don't get the high hunter turnout, and so they don't see that pressure and the crowding issues. So again, we're not making a recommendation across the board. The second recommendation we have is just for Williamsport WMA, and it's to basically help it to fall in line with those 5 areas we just talked about. Currently, Williamsport has 2 4-day non-quota hunts, and there's 1 turkey per hunt allowed. And what we'd recommend is just to make that 1 2-week-long hunt and have a single bird limit for that 2-week period, which would, again, make it basically consistent with those surrounding WMAs. And a pleasant side effect of that would be it would add a few additional days of hunting. It would increase the total days to 14 from the current 8. And we think it would also help to better distribute the little bit of harvest that occurs there among the different hunters. So now moving into some of the requests that y'all made at the April meeting. One was to realign or shift the boundary to the Mississippi Alluvial Valley unit, possibly using Highway 51. There was public comment about that. We received a petition with 49 signatures in support of that, and then we had comments from an additional 4 members of the public who opposed it. From our standpoint, as we considered this again, and we had looked at the proper boundary even when we first considered the recommendation to create this special unit, the MAV unit, and we felt like it was important to include the entire counties to capture some of the land base that is up, as they say, on the hill. And we know that the populations there are still recovering. They've had several years of intense flooding, both intensive and extensive. And so from a standpoint of trying to just continue what's going on and try and help these populations recover, we recommend not making any change to that boundary. There was also a request that we consider a Jake prohibition, and there was fair support for that, and little opposition from the public that took time to comment on that. From an agency standpoint, though, we're not recommending any change to what's legal to take. First of all, I think that here, and when you look at at least from adult, 3,300 birds, and again, put that in perspective, a statewide harvest of 30,000 or over 30,000 birds. So it's a relatively small number of jakes that are actually being harvested every year. The other concern, though, for us is that from an understanding and enforcement standpoint, it can be confusing to hunters, especially when they're in the field and trying to determine what's in front of them. Is that a legal bird? Can I harvest it or not? And then it does lead to some enforcement challenges for our law enforcement as they have to, decide a beard that was, say, just shy of 6 inches or whatever that limit is. Are they going to write somebody up for that? But more so, I think it stands as an obstacle for our efforts at hunter recruitment. Interim Director Maxidon was just talking this morning about, we're trying to recruit new hunters, not just youth, but adult hunters too. And a Jake's prohibition could impact these new hunters. And when we're trying to help them to get comfortable and understand what, hunting is all about, adding one more layer of challenge to their hunt may be counterproductive. As well as that, I looked into it, and there's about 1,400 hunters a year whose only bird that they harvest is a jake. So that means if you remove that jake, potentially 1,400 hunters would not even be successful during the season. And I don't know that that's what we want either. Again, the idea of a jake's prohibition, I don't think would have any impact on the population growth rate or the ability of the population to grow and to do well. It would, at best, produce a few more gobblers on the landscape for a short time. There's been 2 states in the country that have implemented a Jake's rule, Arkansas and Mississippi. And I looked at the impact that rule has had in those states. Arkansas most recently went to where only juvenile hunters were allowed to harvest a jake. And they saw a response in increase in the gobbler harvest for a couple years. But like I said, it was only for a couple years, and then that number of their harvest rate has kind of declined after that initial bump. Mississippi has had their rule in place a lot longer, since about 2003. But as soon as that rule went into effect, they did see a pretty substantial reduction in overall harvest, 14% reduction in hunter success. And that has continued on over the long term. But I think the thing, again, as I said, that a jake prohibition would not necessarily help with our declining population numbers, both of these states, in both of them, neither one has seen really an increase in productivity or any real substantial population growth as a result of that change. So for those reasons, we're not recommending any kind of jake prohibition or anything along those lines. Again, we know the issues really with productivity are with the supply chain. We've seen this graph a couple different times. The point is that it's really the reproduction side of turkey population that drive our growth. And then protecting those jakes probably isn't going to do a lot because most of them aren't doing much breeding anyway. All right, the next recommendation was to reduce the spring bag limit to 2 bearded turkeys from the current 3. Again, we saw several or quite good support from the comments we received. 44 support, 11 oppose. Again, the agency is not recommending any change at this point in time with that. Bag limits are in place to just try and set an upper limit and help distribute that harvest among hunters. But we think it'll have really minimal impact on the population dynamics by and large. Unless, and I talked about this before too, that harvest by and large doesn't impact population growth unless you're harvesting too many or too high a proportion of the gobblers, or the timing of which you're harvesting those birds is poorly timed, too early in the season that they're not able to breed and reproduce. Neither of those at this time do we feel are a concern. So we're not making any recommendation for change there. Again, just so you see the numbers, since that bag limit reduction from 4 to 3, which occurred or took effect in 2021, so we've had 2 years since that reduction has taken place, just about 2,200 birds are a hunter's 3rd turkey. So by reducing the bag, that's what you might, if you would, quote, unquote, save by a bag limit reduction. So, and then just want to touch on some of the recent actions that the commission and the agency have taken in the last related to turkeys, and why I say a lot of times at this point in time, we're not making any recommendation. We're still wrapping up a long-term research project with the University of Tennessee, looking at a lot of these issues and what's driving productivity, what's driving populations of turkeys in the state. And the final piece of this research project is looking at the impact of the season timing. So we'll be getting final reports here within the next year or so. And at that point, we'll have a better idea from their point of view, recommendations that we should take related to hunting. We also just began a gobbler banding project. We've got 2 years under our belt of that, and that's helping us to see what proportion of gobblers we're actually harvesting, so that we'll know if we are, as I was saying, if you're harvesting too many or too high a proportion of gobblers, then that's a concern. And so that project is helping us to have a handle on where we're at in that regard. We also have the annual hunter effort and harvest surveys that for this year, post 2022 season, it's ongoing right now. The surveys are out and we're waiting for results to come in. Again, this survey helps us to get an idea of the actual participation and hunting effort, which gives us a better index to the population numbers and population trends. And then finally, this year, we just rolled out the summer turkey survey, also known as the brood survey. But we've rolled that out, inviting all the public to participate this year. That began as of yesterday, June 1st, and will run through August 31st. So folks can visit our website and get information on that. There's a link to all the information details on the homepage. And that'll help us give a better idea of the productivity annually that we're seeing around the state and help us really know what's going on in all the different corners. And lastly, just touch on the changes that have taken place with regulations in the past, going back to 2016, 2018 with some of the changes to the fall season, and then in 2020, reduction in the bag limit from 4 to 3, and the creation of these special units to kind of delay the season and give those populations in those 2 parts of the state a little bit of time to rebuild. So with that, I think that's my last slide. I'll turn it back over to Chief Benedict.
Roger, how'd you send out the survey? You email that or?
So it's a multimodal survey. We initially send it out by email, and then folks who either haven't given us an email address or who don't respond to that initial invitation, we then send hard copies to.
Well, Mr. Chairman, that concludes our presentation. I do have those summary slides again. We went through a lot of information there. If you'd like me, I could run through them, or I could just leave them up for now.
Just leave them up for now.
There's just a couple, I think there's 3 slides total for this.
Thanks. Thanks, Chief Benedict. And I want to thank the public again. We had a lot of public participation in gathering all this data that the agency has used to make these recommendations. And, you know I've poured over a lot of data, and you wish you could adopt everybody's, but it is what it is. And we're sent here to do a job. So with that, do I hear a motion to adopt the agency's recommended Proclamation 2202, statewide big game hunting seasons and back limits?
So moved, Mr. Chairman.
Do I hear a second?
Second.
Any discussion? And just as I think to keep it orderly, why don't we segment this particular proclamation into species and go through each species and amend the species if that's allowable? Okay, so let me rephrase that. Is there any discussion on elk and elk management in Tennessee? Commissioner Ripley, Granberry, sorry.
I like you. You're out of order, by the way. since I'm just curious. Question, Joe, does the age of the harvested elk declining so rapidly give y'all any concern?
I'll let Dr. Miller comment on that.
It is definitely something we're going to keep an eye on. Based on the SCAT survey that UT did, we can identify males and females through DNA, and looking at sex ratio based off that. Our unhunted area was like 1-to-1. Our Elk Zones 1 through 6, the Royal Blue Zones, it was about 1 bull for every 5 cows or so. We want to be in the neighborhood of having, the recommendation is like 30 to 40 branch antlered bulls per 100 cows, give or take. So to answer your question, we're going to keep an eye on it. I don't want to see it decline more where we're harvesting really young bulls, and at some point our hunter success will decline. Right now we've got great hunter success, probably 75-ish% with firearms and 50% or so with archery equipment.
Just a quick follow-up. You mentioned it in your graph about the population count, and it was, and then dramatic drop off back up, and you said it was just means and methods of acquiring. Is there any one method that gives you better feeling about the results? Because that was, from 200 to 600 down to 200 back to 700 seems like it's not worth
It's
the
not
paper
very
it's written on.
informative. No. So Missouri recently has looked at using trail cameras to get population estimates. It's got some limitations. You have a ton of cameras out there. You still don't really have access to private land. Pennsylvania, they fly in the winter at night using thermal equipment, and they see a lot of elk. They have a correction factor. They assume they miss, 30% of their elk or whatever, but it's kind of expensive. For us, in looking at, what their methods cost, it would be $150,000 to do, and if we did it annually.
Well, thank you. It's a great program, and we appreciate all you do.
Thank you.
Any other comments from the Wildlife Committee on elk? Any more discussion? Okay, deer. Any discussion on deer?
At what proper time would it be to ask the question about the bonus bucks in area 2, 3, and 4, excluding Region 1, the CWD? Is that under WMAs, or would that be as far as,
Bonus bucks are under the WMA proclamation. Yes, sir.
okay.
So we'll come back to that. Commissioner McLaurin.
Yes, could we look at the CWD season dates, please?
Sure. Bear with me.
Is this the CWD zone?
Let me
Let's see.
try this. Go this way. This is unit CWD for antler deer,
Okay,
unit CWD for antler list. So just follow those down.
okay. Should that November 5th date, should that be November 1st or October 31st?
For muzzleloader season?
Well, now CWD, muzzleloader, and rifle are the same, correct?
Correct.
I'm trying to get to my calendar here.
I'm sorry, you're looking at the archery, this date here?
No, drop down, straight down. No, over to your right,
This right here?
right there, that November 5th. Does that leave a gap there in the middle of the week did we intend to leave a gap? Or am I understanding that correctly?
If you look at, I'll just walk through this with you because I'm not positive offhand. So if you look at the archery season in unit CWD, it ends November 5th. And then we start muzzleloader archery and gun November 5th. So there may be an incorrect date there.
Okay, so we have archery season, then we have juvenile season, then we come back in with archery for a few days and then go back into rifle.
Correct.
Okay. Is that the way we meant for it to be, or did we want rifle to start immediately after juvenile?
I believe the way we have it is the way we intended it.
Okay. Thank you.
Any other discussion related to deer or amendments?
Thank you, Commissioner Jones. If this is the appropriate time, I'd like to just discuss our earner buck and replacement buck program, specifically in unit CWD, of course, but specifically in the counties with greater than 5%. Sorry, I'd like to talk about the earner buck and replacement buck program, specifically in counties with greater than 5% prevalence. And in theory, the replacement buck is a great idea. But in reality, there's a lot of bureaucracy and confusion that occurs because it takes 20 to 30 days to get your result back, and then season's over and your replacement buck is for the next season. And we're making it harder for people to do what we need them to do through that program. So that's one of the two things I wanted to talk about. And so I'd like to propose an amendment. I'd love to have some discussion on it, an amendment to eliminate the replacement buck and earn a buck in counties with greater than 5% prevalence. So there is no need to, and thus it's eliminating the buck limit. If you want to shoot an extra buck, you can in those two counties with greater than 5% prevalence.
Okay, we have an amendment. We have a second to the Commissioner Wright's amendment to eliminate the earn a buck program from the
And replacement buck programs in counties with greater than 5% prevalence.
Mr. Chairman, I guess I just have a question about the motion. So is the motion to remove the buck limit primarily and also remove the incentive programs? It seems like there's two pieces there. Effectively,
effect.
you'd remove the incentives, but I think what you really want if I
Yeah.
heard you correctly, is
Yeah, in
is to
effect, I
reduce
don't
the
want to
bag
have
on
to
it.
wait for the replacement buck. I think you ought to get a replacement buck every buck you get.
So you-
in a sense, we're removing that limit in the over 5% prevalence. That's right.
Thank you.
We have an amendment and a second to the amendment. Is there any further discussion on the amendment? Any staff input? Any additional staff input? Are we essentially creating a new zone? Is that?
That's a good question. And I think that practically we may be. So this may be more complicated than I intended it to be, but we're making it harder for people to do what we want them to do in those two counties. That's for sure.
There is a layer of complexity here, but functionally in the hunting guide, we could have an asterisk that says in Fayette and Hardeman County, there is no buck limit. That's essentially what I think I heard you say, because those are the only two counties with greater than 5% prevalence rate at this point.
So would that accomplish your goal?
I think it does, but I'd love healthy discussion on it because I've thought about it a lot, but I'm not sure I've thought of every tentacle that arises from it.
Are there any other areas of concern besides those two that are borderline? As far as the increase in occurrence of positive?
Well, any positive, obviously, is concerning to all of us. But in Fayette, for example, if it's 19% prevalence, that's 19% prevalence across the county. Certain areas are much higher, some areas are lower. And then we know the buck prevalence is even higher than that. So we could have in certain areas of Fayette 50% buck prevalence. We don't know, but it's high and it's more than 19%.
Mr. Chairman, if I might comment, the agency doesn't have a recommendation to do that. One of the pieces, as my colleague here, the commissioner here, reminded me or spurred me on, the Earn a Buck program, we want to harvest bucks and does. Bucks have basically a 2x times likelihood of being CWD positive than does. So we want to reduce the prevalence and also the density. To reduce the density, you want to harvest does. So the Earn a Buck program, the incentive there is to kill 2 does to get a buck tag or another buck in the limit. So this proposal would eliminate that incentive to shoot does in those same counties. So it's just a trade-off. Again, the agency doesn't recommend this. I don't mean to say we oppose the recommendation. We just don't recommend it. There is a time lag in the replacement buck, but it goes into the next year, which allows for that. So if you were a hunter that shot a lot of deer every year, functionally you'd have leftover deer from last year for this year. So we feel our program allows for that longer term additional buck harvest with the replacement buck program, while also keeping the antlerless harvest with the Earn a Buck program.
Isn't the occurrence of positive in does much, much lower than the occurrence of age bucks?
Yes, it's about twice the CWD is twice as likely to be in a buck as it is a doe. However, if you want to reduce density, which we have very high deer densities in Fayette and Hardeman County, you need to harvest does. So both are important in Fayette and Hardeman County with the prevalence rates that we see there now. Remember, this is, those deer are moving across county boundaries as well.
So Commissioner Wright, do you want to change your amendment to address that?
Before I change it, let me ask a question, and I should have gotten you this question prior, Chief Benedict, but do we have an idea in those two counties how many Earn a Bucks are really done? I mean, how many people go earn a buck in those two through that program? And thus we would know how many does we lost. What's that?
It's less than 1,000 for the whole season for the whole CWD unit.
I think it's around 755.
924 this year.
924. So right about 1,000.
Joe, would you accomplish sort of the similar result if you extended the season in CWD zone, the whole zone? Like take it through February? I know there's complications. You get into rabbit hunting and things like that. There's some crossover, but just extend the season to allow more time people that are going to hunt are going to continue to hunt and harvest. I know that the last 2 years, our doe harvest has gone down pretty dramatically in the CWD zone. And I think statewide too, but much greater in CWD.
That's kind of a tricky question. Dr. Grove, Mr. Chairman, if you be okay, we'd like to have Dr. Dan Grove speak. Thank you.
Yeah. Thanks for the opportunity. I just figured I'd chime in just because a lot of the questions are ones that I can answer. Ultimately, even with the current ability to harvest animals in both Fayette and Hardeman County, the average that a hunter actually harvests is about 1.5 to 1.8 animals. So at present, legally, if you harvest it, even with the length of season that we have, your limit of does and your limit of bucks, you could harvest around 330 animals per person. But we're still only seeing people harvest 1.5 to 1.8. There's limiting factors with bucks because people want trophy bucks. Well, they're not going to spend a lot of money mounting a bunch of animals in the course of a year. They're probably only going to mount 1 or 2 bucks at the most. Even if they can harvest additional bucks, they're probably not going to do it. With the Earn a Buck program, people have earned those bucks, but they're still not using them. And even with the replacement buck program, you might see somebody harvest 2 positives. We've had that. They're not going out and then harvesting a 3rd animal in the course of that year, just because of the costs that are associated with processing, as well as the taxidermy that's associated with the trophy mounts. And there's a lot of different factors involved. So that it's not a lack of opportunity. It's more what the hunter interest is, and then harvesting additional animals that might actually be positive because then they're not using the meat for it and things like that. And the voucher program actually was fairly successful in kind of giving us some more information on that this year in terms of the number of people who returned vouchers that actually went out and then harvested additional animals that after they had harvested a positive. So I think your limiting thing is actually people wanting to harvest additional animals in an area where there's a high number of positives. So extending your season isn't going to change the number of animals that people actually harvest. States in the Midwest where they only have a 9.5 day or a 16.5 day season, and they're limited by 1 license per animal kind of thing versus bag limits, they actually harvest more animals per person on average than we do with our bag limits and things like that, because they have a shorter time period. So they're not sitting there waiting to harvest that buck or waiting for, like they don't have the time because it's like, oh, it's a bad rainy weekend. They still go out because they don't have 5-10 weekends to do that. And whenever you prolong a season, all you're doing is basically giving people more opportunity to potentially harvest, but you're also increasing the chances that they're just not going to go out if there's bad weather or all kinds of other factors. We know all these different factors that are involved in hunting, but that's the reality is because we saw that. We didn't really see that much drastic of an increase when we extended the season the first year to get those additional samples. There really wasn't like a drastic increase in the number of animals that were harvested. So just in general, but I'd be happy to answer any other questions if there's any other questions.
Do you have any suggestions?
Yeah, honestly, it's a change in human behavior. It's getting people to be willing to harvest animals and not utilize something from them. We've done a great job in getting people not to pull the trigger unless they're going to use that animal. I mean, and that's the reality is that, if you're talking about herd reduction and things like that, as well as combating a disease where you already have a high prevalence where it's kind of in the exponential growth curve of the disease in certain areas, it's a matter of getting people to be willing to remove animals and not do anything with them other than dispose of them properly after you remove them, versus just harvesting an animal for the amount of meat that you're going to use for a year, or harvesting a trophy animal and maybe keeping the antlers off of it, but not necessarily mounting every animal that you harvest. So it's a human behavior change, really, is what it comes down to. And
Chairman, we had a program at the Henry County Sheriff's Office where we had an inmate processing center. So all the people had to do was drop the deer off, and then they had to shoot it, get it to the correctional facility and drop it off. And we would process, 350 deer a year sometimes. And people liked that because they liked harvesting the does and they could just bring them to them and drop them off. But if they didn't have that, they have to take them, get them processed. They have to cut them up themselves. It's a lot of work. It's, deers, once you pull the trigger, it's a lot of work.
Yep. And then, you know, there's high school programs and things like that that do similar.
Right.
Of course, keeping in mind that there is a requirement before the meat goes to the food pantries and the Hunters for the Hungry program, they won't accept positive animals. So there is kind of a testing requirement that goes with that. That process gets a little bit limited in terms of timing. We've seen that with the Hunters for Hungry program, where we try and get those results back as quick as we can, but that meat sometimes will build up at the processor. So there's a lot of components to those, but they're not insurmountable necessarily. But those are the kind of programs that could potentially increase people to want to harvest more animals.
What we're really doing is we're trying to use, well, hunters are our best ally in fighting CWD. And like Dr. Grove said, it's really kind of a mentality shift. What we're talking about is managing a disease. And hunters are used to, I've been a hunter for all my life. And, you know, hunting for trophies, there's always a bigger one that's going to come tomorrow, right? I mean, not everybody at a certain point in their hunting sort of maturity wants to go shoot a bunch of deer because we just haven't done that in the past. It's not the culture. So it's kind of it's a learning curve for hunters. It's a learning curve for agency staff, for the public to realize that in some of these areas, Fayette and Hardeman County in particular, the best thing for the deer population is to reduce it and really shoot your limit. Again, Dr. Grove indicated that people are shooting less than 2 deer per year on average. So we could change the limits. We could do a lot of different things. What impact will that have? We're not sure. We haven't seen a great impact on that necessarily, but thank you.
One other thing I'll just add this is to keep in mind is that land access, because the land access in Tennessee, you know, you got to have landowner permission. And so there's limited land access in the areas a lot of times where you want to actually be doing some of your disease management for, like if you wanted to draw hunters in from other areas, they're not necessarily going to be able to find land access in those areas too. So that's always going to be something just to keep in the back of your mind, is that, you know, you can create all these opportunities, but access is always going to be an issue too. So you kind of have to look at everything whenever you're considering making some of those changes. Just because you create the opportunity doesn't mean they have the access for the opportunity either. So
One more factor there, we do have CWD landowner permits, which are allowed for those reasons, for those landowners that want to harvest more deer on their property, really beyond the limits of a hunting season. We have that as well. So there's multiple incentives. You guys have heard those before, just to remind you of that one as well.
Thank you. So we still have a motion on the floor with a second. To look at these 2 counties and eliminate the Earn a Buck program and I think Commissioner Wright's purpose is to get more deer off the landscape in a couple of counties that have a high prevalence.
Yeah, and essentially restated and simpler would be remove the buck limit, because there's a lot of bureaucracy with the Earn a Buck program that puts people into the next season, and we would prefer that Earn a Buck be shot this season, not next season. So,
All right, we have a motion and a second. Is there any discussion on this proposal, this amendment? If not, I'd like all in favor say aye. All opposed? All right, the amendment passes. Any other discussion on deer?
don't kill me. I just have one more thought to ask the staff, and that is on the CWD permits, management permits that are issued, and I've been through that process personally, but I know sometimes that, you know, you have to have an address and an email address for all the participants that are going to be on the permit. And it just seems like in counties over 5%, we would simplify that process. And I know it's fairly simple, but I mean, really simplify it. Like if you want a CWD permit, you can have one. It's as simple as, hey, I'd like to have one. Fine. Without any kind of data reporting, or it just seems like in those two counties, there's we're making it a little bit harder than it has to be for. And if you have any suggestions for that, it'd be great.
Looking for Lieutenant Colonel Grandstaff or the Colonel.
Yeah.
Are there any comments? Yes, we don't have any law enforcement in here.
We should hurry with the motion before they get in here.
And I'm just going to let you know, before we get into turkeys, we're going to take a bio break if that's okay. Madam Chairman.
I heard you. We're over there. Yeah. So in that system, that CAD system, so we can make that system work to streamline those requests and add permittees and all that. So we should be in a good place to get that permit very quickly.
If we had some assurances on those counties over 5% prevalence, that could be streamlined in some way.
I think we can do them all that way.
Okay. Yeah.
If that helps.
Main concern is those two, but all of them, yes.
Yeah. We should be a good place for that.
Does that take an amendment or are you just making a suggestion?
I don't think so.
Okay.
Suggestion, I think
Okay. Great.
Thank you.
Any other discussion on deer? Now, this is committee day only, but I know this is a hot topic and I know there's people that may just be here today. So as a courtesy, I saw a couple people. I could wait till tomorrow.
Thank you, Commissioner Jones. Real quick, one of the things that we have brought up in the past that we would encourage the agency to look at with regard to deer and around CWD is we talked to a lot of people about this in the field. We feel like we need a goal. We need a goal for the agency to set. If it's particular to a geographic area, if it's particular to a certain prevalency rate, we believe if you give the hunters a goal, a stated goal that is marketed and promoted, we will get better participation. And it needs to be understood what we're trying to achieve and why. It's hard to motivate people. We've seen this in other states. Some of the research Dr. Groves was talking about in other states, you hit a wall at a certain number of deer being harvested. But if we can say we need to have a goal, this is the goal, this is why we're setting this goal. We don't have complete knowledge, but we think this will move us in the right direction. And we can back into a harvest number and say, let's all shoot for that and rally around that goal. We think that could help potentially, and we think it's worth trying at least in a pilot situation in the core area to try to get more participation. We are not harvesting enough deer to make a dent in the prevalence rate. And if we're going to do that, I think we need to have something to focus on that we can help as an organization push to our supporters and out in the field so that we can rally around that and say, if we want to have a healthy, huntable, sustainable deer herd that has the probability of creating quality deer in the future, we have to do these things and we have to do them to this level. And this is the effort it's going to take. So that's our only comment.
Thank you, Mr. Butler. Keep in mind that these amendments that we're making will be recommended to the full commission tomorrow. So there will be additional discussion. Is there any other discussion or amendments? I hate to pause in the middle of a proclamation, but I know we've been at this a while, and this is probably the longest segment of the meeting. But Madam Chairman, I would recommend that we take a 10-minute break.
Thank you, Chairman. Let's come back at 2. It's 10 minutes off. 2:45. Yes, thank you.
To get through this. Yeah, we did it last time, but we just need to get through it. We need to get where we're going to be, and that way.
Get your seats. I failed to mention a special guest we have here, which is Tiffany Maxidon. And we're glad you're here. You were on a little sign-in sheet, so we're glad you're here. Okay. I will recognize Chairman Steve Jones, please, with Wildlife.
Thank you, Madam Chairman. Before I go any further, is there any other discussion on deer? Or we can consider that section closed for now. All right. We've not got the turkey yet. It's water. Let me turn my mic on. All right. So we're to turkey now.
Mr.
I'm
Chairman,
there's
one
no-
thing, I want to thank Commissioner McLaren for pointing out an error in our slide. You'll notice the blue there. There was a mistake in this slide. The date for the end of archery should be November 4th, which is a Friday. So that was the error that he pointed out. Thank you for that.
Why didn't he just say it? Well, now he's over there getting the big head.
I'm just tickled that somebody decided I was right about something.
All right. So we're to the turkey portion of the Proclamation 2202. Do I hear any discussion, any amendments on turkey? We already have. We're on the same proclamation. We're just segmenting it out by species.
I have a couple of questions for Roger or Joe or whoever.
Okay.
Joe, have y'all ever looked at, you talk about the 5-year trend, and 2020 was an anomaly, obviously. And there is somewhat of a small decline, especially if you go from that 2020 down the last 2 years, and what the 5-year average would be in a scale if you took out 2020 was my first question. And then on Jake's, this year is about 15% of the 29,000 and some change harvested, and what percentage of that? I think you said it was 3,300 or less was the number. And then Roger, you made a mention that some people shot more than 3 birds because of various bonus birds around the state. I thought 2 years ago that we eliminated all bonus birds from any. So it's a 3-year, limit, and that was it. Didn't matter a bonus bird. And then there was also some discussion, I think, Commissioner Ripley a couple of years ago, in between the season setting then and now, talked about the 3-year limit or 2, whatever the 2 or 3, 4 limit, whatever it is, being for the whole year and not just spring. And then you had the fall turkeys, and there was no discussion on that. So those are just some observations. And if you had an answer, Joe.
There's a lot of questions in there. I'm going to ask Roger to come up and handle this one at a time.
Not as many as you think, but there was some few.
One note here, I'll just touch on this and I'll let Roger handle the rest. But looking at this figure here in front of you, on the right-hand side, that's a 5-year average. So in the 5 years that represent that graph, there were years where there were bonus turkeys. That's what Roger, I think, was trying to say. Because of the 5-year period starting in 2017, eventually we'll move past that, and there should be very few birds that
There
are
should
shot.
be no bonus birds, right?
Correct. However, in talking to Roger just the other day, there are people that check in more birds than they're allowed to shoot.
He mentioned
So it's an illegal harvest, but we did want to report that because it does affect the total harvest. So this figure here has a lot of the four plus birds, because there were years in there that we did have 3 birds and bonus animals.
Okay.
But we don't have that anymore.
Okay.
You might have to go through some of those questions again, because I don't know that I remember every one of them, but
Well, what was the percentage of Jake in 2021 harvested by youth only
by youth only.
this season? If it's 4,500, what percentage of that was youth?
I don't have a percentage right off the top of my head, but in general, it's less than 1,000 of the birds, somewhere between 500 and in a really high year, they'll harvest close to 1,000 birds. This is total of, by youth hunters.
So
So
if it's 20% and this year it was 4,500, you basically say that if you had a prohibition on anything but you shooting jakes, it would be about 3,000 birds year over year that you would save for the following year to become 2-year-old birds.
right.
Okay. And then you talked about the 5-year average and then the bonus birds, Joe. It was just you were making sure we understood that some of the numbers had a bonus bird in there going years back because we didn't eliminate that till last season. Okay, that was all my questions.
Okay.
So with that in mind, Mr. Chairman, I'd like to make a motion amendment for the regulations to make Jake harvest youth only.
I'll second Granberries.
All right, we have an amendment to Proclamation 2202 to adjust the turkey component of the regulation to only allow youth harvest of jakes.
I made just a brief amendment to that amendment to allow for wounded warriors to harvest a jake as well.
Okay. And we have a second.
And the lights.
Brought down the light.
And I can't see anybody.
So, Mr. Chairman, can I respond?
So we're at the discussion component of the amendment.
I'm hesitant to impose a no jake rule, but I understand Commissioner Granberry's reasoning. But what if we just went to limit it to one jake out of the 3? And if we impose a no jake rule, then people are going to shoot jakes and not know any difference. So there's a lot of hunters that don't know any better. So that's going to make them breaking the law. And, I think it would be much better from the agency's position to encourage our new PIO officer and our staff to develop a lot of educational material as to why it's better not to shoot jakes and why it would help the population and increase the mature birds and a lot of things like that. I don't know that I'm against the amendment, but can it be accomplished any other way? I guess that's the question that I'm asking. Commissioner Granberry, you want to address that or anybody else?
Well, I certainly think your comment is well taken. So why don't you do both? Just it's an educational thing about the difference between a jake and a gobbler as you move forward. And I understand, first-time hunters and whatnot, but I think that in the survey showed that the overwhelming support was they didn't even eliminate juveniles. It was just abolish jake harvesting altogether. So I think that so many people are concerned about the turkey population. I don't think there's a silver bullet to everything to get it back to where it was 20 years ago. But I think that all these little things accomplish and show that we care and are making, decisions moving forward to try to increase the turkey population.
So if we pass this amendment, can we have consideration for the first year of enforcement on that for education? Under the circumstance when somebody shoots one, if we have a no jake rule except for veterans and for juvenile?
So are we asking, would there be an exception or would there be like a grace period?
Could we have a grace period of 1 year with education involved, and so that the people that would take a jake not knowing any better wouldn't be cited?
Typically, if we invoke, start a new rule or a new law, it's officers use a lot of discretion, and we tell officers how to use discretion on a new law for the first year so that the public can get accustomed to it. So that's typically what we do on any new regulation.
So I would be in favor of that if that can be accomplished.
Does that satisfy your question?
It does.
Commissioner Budd? Any other discussion on the amendment? I'm trying to keep it to committee only, but
All I would ask us to think about is how is Jake defined? Is it defined by a fully filled out tail, or is it defined by beard length? The bird is displaying, and you can see that it doesn't have a fully developed fan. That's easy. It's a Jake. The bird walking through the woods that has a 4-inch beard, 5-inch beard. How do you go about defining that? Would we define it by the development of the tail feathers, or would we define it by the length of the beard, or both?
so I think that was the question that Commissioner Wright was about to ask.
Yeah, and I think it's valid, but maybe we look at examples from other states and how they regulate that have implemented it, but.
Sorry, we're trying to find some information.
What about size of spurs as well? Is that not a part of the consideration there?
I think it's particularly interesting. He brought up, clearly he doesn't know. Jake. Beard, I'm just kidding.
When I see a bird,
Chairman.
Are you ready?
As soon as it comes up on your screen so that you can see.
Chairman, can I ask a question while we're
Yes.
waiting here?
Commissioner McCartney.
Is there another option or a better option that would get us, that would be simpler for us to do? I noticed that there was delaying the amount of harvest in some of the WMAs, like only one bird for the first 2 weeks. What if we made something like that statewide, like we've done in some of these WMAs? Would that not be more protection and get us more poults on the ground than protecting just the 3,300 jakes?
I'm trying to remember the numbers there that were second birds that were harvested during the first 2 weeks, 9 days, whatever time period you want to look at. And I'm sorry, Commissioner, I don't remember right off the top of my head what the number is of, hunters who harvest a second bird in that time frame for the statewide basis.
Well, I mean, I'm just looking at, I think the number was 3,300 jakes that was harvested. And then if we still allow certain people the right to harvest jakes, then obviously that's going to be less than 3,300 jakes. So I'm just thinking there might be a simpler way that would get more poults on the ground than this was my statement.
Are you asking a question? Or
Yes,
you
my
wanting to-
question is, should we consider another option that would be simpler in our language and give us a greater return with our harvest? And I'd ask the expert for that. I just noticed the one was the delayed harvest, or, only limiting the harvest on the front end of the season. I thought if that's good for a WMA, might not that be good statewide? You still let everybody kill their 3 birds, but give them time to mate with the hens and get those eggs on the ground before you harvest them.
There have been a couple states that have recently gone to that. Missouri has had that in place for some time now. And I was mentioning this to Commissioner Ballou earlier that they've had that rule in place for, I think, 20 years plus. And despite that, they've still seen their population go down. So again, all of this is kind of centering around the idea that harvest is impacting populations. And I don't know that the harvest in and of itself is impacting population growth as much as maybe we think it does. And a lot of these accommodations, or whatever you want to call them, or regulation changes that are being discussed, I think to some extent are really almost more about hunter preference than the biological background to some of them. I don't know if that addresses your question, but taking the hunters and limiting them to one turkey in the first 2 weeks or whatever will force them out of the woods, so to speak. But again, 90% plus of the land is in private ownership in Tennessee. So it's a little bit different perspective than the WMAs, where it's public land and everybody can basically hunt it. So the private landowner has a lot more control on what goes on their property than on a WMA. So some things to consider too. And I apologize, I just cannot remember the number of people that harvest a second bird in that first. I've looked at it, but it was a while ago. I've slept since then.
Okay. Real quick, are you making that as an amended motion? Or are you just asking a question? Are you going to make maybe a separate motion? Right now, we've got the one amendment with a first and a second. Is there any discussion on that amendment?
Let's have one further.
Okay.
I need to make one
You need to
comment
tap
if I
me on the
could.
shoulder.
Okay.
One comment just for the commission to consider about the wounded warrior aspect of it. It will be difficult for officers in the field and for the staff to decide who is a wounded warrior versus not. So just keep that in mind. That's a difficult component of it.
And that's a further comment or discussion about Commissioner Granberry's amendment. I think that it's 3,300 jakes, 500 to 1,000 are taken by juveniles already, but that's about 9% of our gobbler population preserved for the next year if they're not shot, and 9% is significant. And I think that this amendment has some merit, but combined with what I suspect are other suggestions from commissioners, combined will match stakeholder input and stakeholder suggestions, but also provide a meaningful step towards the right direction to help. But I'll make further comments later. That's all I want to say.
You're not changing your motion.
No, his, Granberry's.
Okay.
No, I'm not changing it. I just want to comment.
Chairman Jones, one comment about the wounded warrior. Maybe it's just when there's a specific wounded warrior hunt, like at Buffalo Ridge, if they harvest a jake, that's a legal bird, not during the whole season. So they're actually on a specific wounded warrior hunt when they harvest the jake, that it would be legal.
What's the definition of when we do are they just veteran hunts for general veterans?
I think it's just basically they come and say they're a wounded warrior or a veteran, and there's no checking of it. I mean, it's an honor system.
I didn't know how those were checked during the duck season.
And that type of system would be easier to handle than a statewide decide wounded warrior or not.
Yeah, for example, the one shot, there's a very specific wounded warrior component to the one shot of 600 or how many, half of the hunters of the 600 hunters are wounded warriors. Very specific because they're sponsored. So, and I think you can wounded warriors are the only ones allowed to hunt at Buffalo Ridge, for example, or, there are some youth hunts and stuff, but you would know. And
there's a specific designation for wounded warriors. They have to have so much of a disability and
right.
Yeah, be designated as that. Any changes to the amendment? All right, we have an amendment on the floor for the Jake rule.
Commissioner, I'm sorry to interrupt you, but I don't know if you all had noticed on the screen, we've got an example of what some of the language might look like, or what the definition of, really the definition is defining what an adult gobbler would look like. And this is basically what has been used in Mississippi and Arkansas to kind of define their rules there. I think you haven't discussed, but I think you would, under this scenario, would also want to make bearded hens some definition of a bearded hen as well. So you want to talk about that. And yeah, there's a couple of options there too, but from the standpoint of the agency, and again, going back to some of the R3 issues, I think one of, again, our concerns with a strict prohibition on jakes for adults would be just the impact it might have on the adults that are new to hunting or that make a mistake. Having a one jake limit in the bag would maybe allow for somebody to have an accidental harvest. They didn't mean to take a jake, but it turned out to be something along those lines, but may not accomplish what you're trying to do either. So.
See, I wasn't going to go there.
He's not allowed to talk, by the way.
Sorry, I can't say anything. You know, one final comment. I'm looking at the survey, and I think the comments support, and I think you're giving it to the wounded warriors, and you're giving it to to juveniles only. And I get the other part of it, but like Commissioner Wright said, it's 9%. 9 to 10% of your, total harvest. So that's a pretty big number year over year. And the reasoning is that everybody's saying turkey population is down. You hear that everywhere, not just, on the Mississippi River area or the 4 southern counties.
Mr. Chairman, if I might, I'm thinking ahead to what would be in the in the hunting guide to inform our hunters of this change should this pass today and then tomorrow. We have on the slide here a definition of an adult gobbler, and yet we're talking about a jake restriction. So they're the same idea, but we're talking about adults and jakes. So my comment would be that perhaps instead of talking about jakes, using this definition or something like this that y'all would adjust or adopt, that we instead of restrict jakes, allow only adult gobblers to be harvested, to be legal. So in the regulations, it would say turkey season are these dates, allowable birds are adults only. Here's the definition. If you're a juvenile or wounded warrior, you may take another bird, a different definition of bird. But defining the adult bird and then making adult birds legal only might be the way to handle it. Again, I think the intent of what you're doing is, I think that's the same thing we're doing, but it might be cleaner in the proclamation and the hunting guide.
You good with that?
Agree with that, Joe, because y'all are the ones that are going to have to execute it with wildlife, law enforcement. So I think whatever works best for you guys as far as enforcement is good with us.
Are you okay as a
Second.
Okay. Is there any further discussion on this particular amendment? And we're not done with turkeys. We're just this amendment.
Well, will that change the amendment? Because the original amendment was prohibition on jakes.
Yeah, but we've adopted multiple amendments that will roll up into one in the proclamation.
That's how you define it.
All right. Any further discussion on the Ripley rule? I couldn't help it. I'm sorry, Jim. All right. Do I hear a motion for approval? All right. I've got a motion. I've got a second. All in favor, say aye. Aye. All opposed? All right. That amendment passes. Is there any further discussion on turkey? There's no further discussion on turkey? Bag limits, seasons? I've got a quick question. So during the presentation, since there's no other comments there, during the presentation, you talked about a couple of years ago, I made a motion to decrease the bag limit to 2. And one of the reasons that we could not go to that was because we had a research project going on at UT. And we didn't want to skew the numbers. But I saw up there that research project comes to an end this year. So is it essentially over with at the end of this season?
Yes, sir.
As of now, the turkey research project is over.
Well, they're still collecting this summer. They're still collecting data, but yeah, it'll be wrapped up. Field work will be done after the end of the summer.
Roger, one final question. Is there any, how many turkeys in, well, we don't have this year's data, in 2021 were harvested in the fall?
2021 fall, I think, was 250-ish
Okay.
birds.
Any other discussion? All right, so since there's no other discussion, I'm going to just make a couple of comments, and these are just observations from an old turkey hunter. But there's not, I don't think there's, I'm not seeing as many turkeys as I used to be, or as I used to see. You know, particularly early in the season, the last 3 or 4 years, we've not killed turkeys on the places where I hunt, because we want to get those bred hens on the nest as soon as possible and get those poults up so we can start mowing and running the farm. So there's areas that we don't touch, and that's just something we do on our place. And I was interested in, was that suggestion not made during any of the, I can't remember it ever being made during any of the data, the public input or anything, the delay in the season a week or two.
There were, under the miscellaneous, there were a couple of people that would comment on something like that, but it was not overwhelming at this point.
Okay. All right. Any other suggestions on turkey? All right. How about bear? Do I hear any discussion on bear? Okay, we've got 3 amendments, 2 amendments, 3 amendments, 2 amendments that we've passed to Proclamation 2202. So with those 2 amendments, do I hear, and we've got a motion and a second to approve 2202. Is there any further discussion on the amendment as a whole? Hearing none. Everyone in favor of passing Proclamation 2202, the statewide big game hunting season and bag limit, say aye. Aye. All opposed? All right, Proclamation 2202 passes the Wildlife Committee and will be presented to the full commission tomorrow during our regular meeting. With that, we'll go on to Proclamation 22-06, statewide small game hunting seasons and bag limits. Chief Benedict.
Thank you. That was a lively discussion. These next 2 will be fairly short, I think. I want to thank Michael McCord, our new small game and Furbearer program coordinator, for his assistance with these. We had a commissioner request from the public to extend squirrel season by about 2 weeks from the last day in February to March 15th. We don't have any additional recommendations for the commission, so we recommend passage of Proclamation 2206 as presented.
Do I hear a motion to pass Proclamation 2206 as presented from staff? We have a motion, Commissioner McLarnon. Do I hear a second? Second. Do I hear any discussion?
Is this when we offer amendments?
Yes, sir.
Does Proclamation 2206 include the changing of trapping for, where does that fall?
That's the next proclamation, sir.
2207.
Furbearer, okay. Sorry about that.
Any further discussion? Hearing none, do I, all in favor of Proclamation 2206, statewide small game hunting seasons and bag limits as presented, signify by saying aye. Aye. All opposed? Thank you. All right, we're now at Proclamation 2207, statewide fur-bearer hunting and trapping seasons and bag limits. Chief Benedict.
Thank you, Mr. Chairman. I want to go through the commission requests here on this one. The request was made for year-round trapping of opossum and bobcat. You asked for skunks. Skunks are allowed year round. I failed to mention that during the April Commission meeting. We had 19 members of the public support this. One opposed it. And in fact, the agency is concurring with that recommendation. Our raccoon and possum hunting and trapping seasons are tied currently. And so we're going to recommend, these are 2 adjustments to what we shared in April. In fact, that raccoon and opossum hunting seasons be extended to March 15th, and that both raccoon and opossum trapping be allowed year round, as requested by the public and commission.
Okay, we've heard the state's recommendations on Proclamation 2207, statewide fur-bearer hunting and trapping seasons and bag limits. Do I hear a motion to approve?
Mr. Chairman, there's a few more slides.
I'm sorry.
My apologies. My apologies. There was also a request for year-round trapping of bobcat. And the agency response, just a few things here. There's existing mechanism. We've talked about this at several commission meetings in the past, I think including the April meeting. There's mechanisms for landowners who have nuisance wildlife damaging their property to trap these animals. They do have dependent young year-round bobcats, and also the bobcat pellets are not prime. That's primarily why they're taken, is for their pelts. There would likely be minimal take, so therefore, if you guys did consider this or pass this, there would likely be little impacts to the population. But again, the agency doesn't recommend that at this time. You also asked about allowing bobcat take during archery, muzzleloader, and gun season. 8 folks from the public supported it, 1 opposed it. Our recommendation is no change. And again, these bullets here are pretty similar to what I just shared. The pellets are not prime, at least in the early part of that season. Likely there's minimal harvest, so there will be limited population impacts. Hunters might desire these for a mount, so that's a positive thing. And there is a question, would licensed small game hunters be allowed to take these, or just folks that were actually deer hunting? So that was a question that we had. Should you take action on this as well? And with that, that's the recommendations at this point.
All right. You're sure? You gave me too much of a pause that last
But the
time.
slide said, I apologize.
All right. Was there someone that wanted to comment from the audience on fur bearers? Mr. Dye?
Thank you. Just kind of took me by surprise here. Our association had our annual spring meet last weekend, and we discussed a whole lot of this about raccoons and stuff like that, and as it relates to turkey populations. And since last month's meetings, I discussed some of this with you and Commissioner Cox too, and I've talked to some professional trappers, professional turkey hunters. Very good friend of mine from Arkansas. He's retired from Arkansas Game and Fish Commission. Lifelong trapper and lifelong turkey hunter. A professional trapper from Alabama who's not a turkey hunter, but he raises exotic birds. And he has a year-round predator control, obviously, on his property, and a TWRA retired officer that's lifelong turkey hunter, and he also has a government contract to trap hogs. These 3 folks whose opinion I really appreciate. And like I stated last month, the biggest problem with the raccoon and opossum population is just simply exploding because of lack of trapping. And it's not got anything at all to do with the length of the season. It's got to do with the fact that pelts have no value any time of the year. Raccoon pelts traditionally will prime up about the beginning of our trapping season in November. They will hold their primeness up fairly well to the end of February when the season normally ends. Bobcat, on the other hand, they prime up about Christmas time, and will fade pretty fast. These are things that makes the fur market is down to nothing. So extending the trapping season for these animals is not going to change the take. People simply not going to trap when the fur is not prime. They won't even trap when the fur is prime now, except for people like me. I'm gonna trap anyway, and I'll find a market. This year's furs, I sent my fur off and had it tanned, and I'll try to sell it at events and things like that. And it's an ongoing problem with not a ready solution, but extending the trapping season year round, I fear, especially for the raccoon, and this was brought up to me by one of the three individuals. The raccoon is our state animal here in Tennessee, and I'm afraid the environmentalists will come out of the woodwork onto us for a year-round season, and that, I think, another thing to consider. Thank you.
Thank you, Mr. Dye. You had that look like you had something important to say, so I always appreciate your input.
I need to see you after the meeting anyway. It's not bad, but I don't have a beard again.
All right. We have Proclamation 2207 in front of us. We've got a motion and a second. Is there any further discussion?
I'd like to offer two amendments.
All right, let's start with the first one.
That we include hunting year-round for raccoons and possums, in addition to the trapping.
All right, we have a motion. Do I hear a second? Commissioner McLernan, we have a second to your amendment. Is there any discussion on the amendment?
Just a question. Can that not be done in the name of depredation to protect quail and bird eggs and that?
It can it?
You have the authority to set the seasons for whatever reason you state. So what?
But if you do it on depredation, then that eliminates your raccoon hunters when they're running dogs and training young dogs, and it's illegal for them to shoot one out, and so there's no reason that we don't include hunting year round for raccoons and possums. And that would address encouraging predation as well, when we know that raccoons and possums, armadillos are #1 animals for nest predation. We're not going to make any difference on the numbers anyway, just isolated, because they're going to continue to explode. So we need to make the effort, in my opinion.
Any further discussion? Any staff input?
I'm trying to get a slide pulled up that we prepared for that shows the hunting seasons currently on the books with the changes that we're recommending. And I'll just go through it quickly, and I'll look at Michael McCord to help correct me if I'm wrong. But the hunting season for raccoon starts July 1st and goes through March 15th. So it's nearly year round as we speak. And for some reason, we're not able to pull this back up. There we go. So these will be the seasons as we recommended in our presentation today. The blue are the dates that have been changed, but you'll see the raccoon hunting season on the left there. And there is Michael, is there anything about private land here that we need to mention?
So the raccoon and possum season, the 7/1 to 9/16, for the back one, that's private lands only, and then from 9/17 to 3/15 would be WMAs.
Public lands.
So that would be your statewide.
the first set of dates are private lands are.
So private land hunters can hunt raccoons from July 1st till November 16th. And then the second date there from September until March is public and private lands. So we have a
So-
long raccoon season as it is. I just want to make that clear.
Joe, is the reason you have that gap from 3:15 to 7:1 is to not conflict with dogs running the woods during turkey season? Is that the thought process?
That's part of it. Traditionally, like Mr. Dye said, these seasons were during trapping season and even hunting season. It was during the fall. There aren't. Yeah. So
So
that's correct.
So do we, to accomplish what I'm trying to do and what others have encouraged us to consider, would we make that on WMA's public lands as well? If we go with this season, then we expand it to WMAs. Will that address some of our turkey nest predation?
Let me ask.
So another
Step to the
another
microphone.
point that came up in staff discussions with this was just the disturbance of having dogs in the woods when you have these very young broods in the ground, either on the ground for that first 2 weeks after they're hatched, or that immediate disturbance with busting up turkey broods immediately after they're when they're first starting to roost up in June and just off the nest. So trying to that was one of the internal discussions we had with not extending that hunting season, but having trapping as an option, because trapping having a much quieter footprint potentially, but still being an effective tool to address fur bearers and nest predation.
Thank you, Michael.
Thank you, Michael. Okay, we still have a motion and a second on the floor. You still want it?
Withdraw my second.
Okay.
I'll withdraw my amendment.
Okay.
The second one is that
Okay.
no,
you're right.
that we allow the harvesting of bobcats that was mentioned on the slide to be taken by archery, muzzleloader, and hunting, deer hunting. And, if we need to add small game to that, then maybe we need to add small game to it as well.
All right, the amendment is to allow hunting bobcats during archery, muzzleloader, and gun deer seasons. Is there a second to the amendment?
I'll second.
We have a second. Any discussion? Any discussion on the amendment?
I guess the question, Mr. Chairman, is that would this be for licensed deer hunters, or could a small game hunter go out there without a big game license and hunt bobcat?
Is bobcat considered big game?
No.
So would that not take care of itself then? The big game hunters could do it, and then small game could take them?
Correct. If that's the wish of the commission, I just want to clarify that.
Yeah.
If that's the motion, just so we can take care of it on our end.
Thank you for the clarification. Any other staff input on the amendment as presented?
Just the points that we made, nothing further.
All right, we have an amendment on the floor. It's been seconded. Is there any further discussion? If not, I'll close discussion and ask for all in favor for the amendment to 2207. Support by saying aye.
Aye.
All opposed? And the amendment carries. Is there any additional discussion on Proclamation 2207? Hearing none. There's been a motion and a second made to support the proclamation. As amended, all in favor of supporting Proclamation 2207 as amended for fur bearer hunting and trapping seasons and bag limits, say aye. Any opposed? Proclamation 2207 is amended carries. All right, Proclamation 2203.
This is another long one, but I've done my best to summarize it. I believe I have 7 summary slides for the changes on wildlife management areas that we shared in April. So I'll just go through these at this point. Just a reminder, we've got over 110 wildlife management areas, over 1.5 million acres throughout the state. You see the dots on the map there. We're proud of this investment the state has made for the public to take advantage of these properties and of our staff to manage those. So the first slide we have here, the recommendation is for Natchez Trace and Chickasaw wildlife management areas in Region 1 to move to quota turkey hunts. Natchez Trace had this up until about 2010, I think. Chickasaw is nearby, and so we want to kind of match the hunts. There'll be 2 hunts per week. There'll be 2 days per week that are closed at the request of the landowners. Limits are 1 bearded turkey per hunt. We've got 96 permits in Natchez in 2 different zones, and then 26 at Chickasaw. You heard earlier from Roger in the turkey presentation, the changes to Williamsport WMA. It's combining 2 turkey hunts into 1. The result is we'd add 6 days, and it would be 1 turkey during those 2 weeks instead of the 1 per week as in the past. Select Region 2 WMAs. You'll see the list there: Cheatham, Haley, Jake with Old Hickory, etc. This would be a recommendation to change the bag limit to 1 turkey during the first 14 days of the season on those WMAs. We've got a couple of new waterfowl hunts. The first one is on John Tully WMA. We've recently installed some pumps there. So we've got 10 pools that we're going to add to the quota hunt system. We're going to operate these in 3-day quota hunts. Three Rivers Wildlife Management Area, we don't have pumps there, but we do want to add 3-day hunts when the property floods. Because of the timing of that, they won't be in the quota hunt draw on the computer. It'll be a local draw, and we'll get that information out. It'll be in the hunting guide. Gooch Unit A, we've bought some additional property outside of the levee that's yet to be hunted. And so we recommend opening those properties to the statewide small game and big game seasons. Reelfoot deer hunts, with the change you all made to the reelfoot waterfowl season to match the statewide season, it allows us to add the muzzleloader season hunt on that WMA. So it's a new hunting opportunity. The Obion River WMA, this is a request from TDEC. It's a state natural area. So they requested that we prohibit centerfire rifles on the Big Cypress Tree State Natural Area. The next 2 properties, Dry Creek and the land between the lakes, we are requesting that we remove those from the WMA system. The first, Dry Creek, the lease expired. The property's been sold, so we really have no choice but to remove that. And the second, land between the lakes, the landowner requested the ability to set their seasons outside of our process. So they want to be able to do their own thing there, really. It will remain open to hunting, which is good news, and we will continue to sell the permits for them. So for the hunters, it won't be too much of a change necessarily. Haynes Bottom WMA, you'll recall this is a small property, around 900 and some acres. It's being developed around there, and we recommend moving to an archery equipment. Bridgestone, we'd like to allow small game hunting during the big game hunts. This is not something we've done in the past, but it is something that's done at the big bottom unit of Bridgestone, which is the property to the state line, both of those units hunting season. We also want to restrict rabbit hunting and dog training to Wednesday, Saturday, and Sunday only. Moving on to Catoosa WMA, we recommend those deer count towards the statewide bag limit, and then we allow archery deer hunters to harvest bears. That season, the archery deer season would align with the bear hunt zone 4 season, so it would be an allowance of archery deer hunters to take bears. Chickamauga Wildlife Management Area, we would like to create an upland unit. This property would be east of Candies Creek and west of Lower River Road, and allow small game and big game hunting with statewide seasons. Previously, this area was closed during waterfowl hunts, and now we like to open that up for that unit. Moving on to Edgar Evans State Park, there's a safety zone quota deer archery hunt. That's what this hunt is called. At some point, we inadvertently made this an annual event. The park managers historically and recently requested we move it back to odd years only. So that's a change in the WMA Proc. Fall Creek Falls, the park manager requested that we allow all legal weapons for squirrel season, which would be rimfire rifles and shotguns. North Chickamauga Creek, there's a closure. There's a closure for dove hunting before noon during the entire season. We recommend only allowing or requiring the noon opener for opening day. So after opening day, it would be the same as statewide hours. And then we recommend moving fall turkey season to archery only, and that would line up with archery deer season and reduce some maybe conflicts that we might be having there. Prentice Cooper WMA, this is a public request. They've asked if we shift the fox, opossum, and raccoon season basically 1 month later to occur the first Friday in November through the last night of February. Tellico Lake WMA, we've got two different areas there. Cwd Refuge, there's language in there that prohibits deer hunting for 7 days at the beginning of November, right before the refuge closure goes into place. It's a waterfowl area. So we don't need to have that closure anymore. So we're opening up basically those 7 days back to hunting. The McGee-Carson unit, we're going to add 2 days to the youth hunt and allow adults to hunt with those youth. We thought that might increase participation. We also want to change dog training at the McGee-Carson unit from year-round to September 1st through March 15th, which aligns with most other WMA dog training seasons as well. September young sportsman hunt and a third deer to that hunt. That deer could be either sex. There's a lot of crop depredation there. It's a refuge, it's a waterfowl refuge. So we've tried to do some things to increase the F there as well as the harvest. We also are adding an earn-a-buck to all the gun hunts. There are several gun hunts for antlerless only. In this case, if they shot at antlerless deer, we'd like to have them shoot a buck as well after that. And then we had a 1-day scouting restriction, but you could small game hunt every day. So we thought that was overly complex for the scouting folks, and we'll just remove that and allow folks to scout really any day of the week there. Cove Creek WMA, we'd like to align the fall turkey season with North Cumberland WMA, and that would close the fall turkey season as it is at North Cumberland, and this would improve small game hunting on that property. On the Ed Carter unit of the North Cumberland WMA, we'd like to move towards antler point restrictions, 4 points on a side or a 15-inch outside spread. This is a request from the public in Region 4 for more, I don't know if they say quality deer management areas, but more areas that we have with bigger bucks. And we think older age class bucks. We think this would be possible here because much of the adjacent land is either very limited, which is Kentucky, they have a 1 buck limit, or the Cumberland Gap National Historic Park, which I believe does not have hunting at all. So we feel like the deer population it's a good place to do this kind of restriction, again, at the public request. And then finally, this is a new recommendation, as we stated earlier, new since the April commission meeting. We recommend changing the age of the adults required to be with a youth while they're hunting waterfowl in a WMA from 21 down to 18 years. Again, this is to match the rule. Proclamations are easy to change. The rule is a much longer, more difficult process. So this is the request from the commission from April that fits into this proclamation. The request, as I wrote it down in April, was to allow at Cheatham Wildlife Management Area to allow hunting during the opening weekend of gun season and Thanksgiving. The public input, we had one person request that we keep it as a quota. One person requests we move it to statewide seasons, and 3 people just said generically they want more opportunity. We recommend no change here. We've talked about Cheatham for the last number of years. We feel like we've got a good situation there. But we did draft an option to move to make one simple change to accommodate this request. And that's to move the second gun quota hunt 1 week earlier. And that second gun quota hunt then would open on opening day of gun season and close, I believe it's a Saturday after Thanksgiving. Again, this would retain the quota aspect that we've worked there to get, but also meet the public request. A couple things, I don't have the data on this, but in 20, I think it's 18, 19, and 20, we've got some road count data. You know, those traffic markers that you go over, it's like a little speed bump. It counts cars at traffic. And we had, for a couple of years at the WMA, we had quota hunts. And then in between the quota hunts, we had statewide seasons. So if you got a quota permit, you could hunt during that week. If you didn't, you could hunt the next week. And we've got marked difference between vehicle traffic on the WMA during the quota hunts versus the non-quota hunts. It's like a 3-to-1 ratio. So you have 120 or 30 cars during a quota hunt on a Saturday, you might have 30 or 40 on a non-quota Saturday. So we feel like it's met the objective of that WMA, which was to bring more hunters in. Recall that we had an EHD outbreak in about 2006. The population went down, hunters chose other places to go, and our staff wanted to bring those folks back. So we feel like the quota hunts been important in bringing those folks back. Again, with those couple of years of data, and also our harvest during those quota hunts has gone up. So we feel like it's meeting our objectives. But again, getting towards the intent of the request here, I've created a table. Two tables here on the slide. The top slide is a current season, the 22-23 season structure as we have it now. And so, you know, we have archery youth and 2 muzzleloader hunts. The 2 muzzleloader hunts are quota. Then we have 3 gun hunts. The last gun hunt is a change the commission made. I think this might have been the last change they made. It's an antlerless only season. And that's at the end of the second gun quota through the 1st of January. And that's, again, a non-quota area. The table at the bottom is what I labeled the revised gun. And you look on the left, archery youth and muzzleloader hunts, there's no change in that. And on the right side, I've got a column of the number of days. So in the top slide, currently we would offer 74 days of hunting. In the bottom, we would offer 83 days of hunting. So there's some increase in days. And if you look at the yellow highlight there, those are the changes that we would, it's the option that was requested, I guess. We would change the gun hunt. We'd move it a week earlier to occur November 19th through 26th. And again, with that last gun non-quota hunt starting the day after that, you would add some days. You'd go from 28 days to 36 days. So again, at the request of the commission to consider allowing opening of gun and Thanksgiving, the bottom table would accommodate that. A couple notes on the right, the revised gun season, which is the bottom graph, would again shift the second gun hunt 1 week earlier. It would remove the break between those 2 gun quota hunts. It would provide an additional days of gun, which are mostly antlerless. Mr. Chairman, that concludes the presentation on the WMA Proclamation.
Thank you, Chief. Great job by our wildlife management area, by our managers out there and the staff. They've put a lot of thought into this. With that, we've been presented with Proclamation 2203, Wildlife Management Areas, Public Hunting Areas, and Refuge Hunting Seasons and Bag Limits. Do I hear a motion to approve? Motion to approve the proclamation?
So moved.
We have a motion to approve. Do I hear a second? All right. Is there any discussion or amendments?
Is this where we talked about the fanning of turkey, or is that manning at manner and means?
That'll be in manner and means, and that'll be Lieutenant Colonel Dale Grandstaff.
Thank you.
Excuse me, at the end.
Commissioner Butt?
I think as far as amendments, one, I'd like to offer amendment to the change at Cheatham, having spoken with our Area 2 program manager as well as our area manager and addressing what was discussed earlier in the deer season. If we do away with that November 27th through the 1st, then we encourage more taking of deer in a shorter period of time. And I'd like to offer the amendment to do away with the quota system at Cheatham and open it up for open hunt from November the 5th through November the 30th with statewide antlered deer harvest number, and to allow taking of 1 doe a day for that period of time from November 5th through November 30th.
All right, we have a motion to amend the proclamation. Do I hear a second?
You're not on the committee?
Do I hear a second?
You don't help me out here.
I'll second it just to open discussion.
All right, we do have a second. Any discussion on the amendment? And before we get started, so you had a drafted option or a revised component to this. Is this something that we would need to act on, adopt one or the other?
No, sir. The very top table in there that says current, that's the recommendation of the agency, which is basically no change from the past.
Okay.
The bottom one is what we presented to you as an option to meet the request from April, which is opening on hunting the gun opener and Thanksgiving.
Okay.
And the changes that are indicated in yellow would be the changes that would be required to make that happen.
But the action that you're asking us to act on is that top chart, not the revised chart. Is that correct?
Correct.
Okay.
One other statement based on the motion, if I might add, currently there's antler point restrictions at Cheatham, 4 points or 15-inch spread. And if we go, as the motion indicated, to statewide season, that antler point restriction would go away with the statewide season, if it fell under statewide season.
I remember 2 years ago when we went through season setting, we had a very lengthy discussion during the season setting process about Cheatham wildlife management area. So I mean, we came to that agreement through. I mean, it was a very lengthy discussion. So has that worked out well from the area manager's perspective?
I believe so. I'm looking for, here's the comments that we have. I'm going to look at West Winton. I don't remember the comments we got in the first period, the January, February period, but we got 5 comments since April on this. So if you think about it from that point of view only, there's not a lot of dissatisfied hunters there. So Wes, is there anything from the early comment period you remember that stands out as far as a number of comments on Cheatham? So there was no comments? Okay. So this, what you see here for comments is from April and May comments. And what Wes said, apologies if you couldn't hear him, there wasn't very many either for or against that in the January, February period as well.
Okay. Any additional discussion on the motion?
I think that would fall under more opportunity comments, maybe.
Commissioner Wright.
I have to hit you.
I know.
Our comment, I think that I like the revised. First of all, Stan, thank you for this. And we almost never differ in perspective. I think we do on this time. I think we ought to honestly, personally go with the revised schedule that the agency put together, because there was so much thought and process put into that, but also because that WMA is so close to just the most heavily populated area of our state, just within a short drive. And we have a quality hunt there now with the quota system. We're having a chance to go with the biologist and the agency recommendations on expanding opportunity there. But I just worry about the too much pressure if we do that, if we don't go further than the revised. So that's personal opinion. That's what I'd rather us do if we take action.
All right. So you're not attempting, I hope, not to revise the amendment or amend the amendment. Good. So the amendment and the still stands.
Is there any opportunity to allow for public to comment on that at this point?
If there's somebody here that's not going to be here tomorrow as a courtesy,
So, good afternoon. My name is Ron Sparkman. I've spoke to the commission previously about the concerns with Cheatham. I first want to thank Wes Winton. He has been a delightful change to speak with, representing the agency from previous years. So I commend Mr. Winton. He and I have had some very productive and very positive conversations about what we could do. He's all about compromise. And so I just want to say, Mr. Winton, I appreciate it. I want to thank Mr. Butt publicly for talking to me many times about this. And he has also been a breath of fresh air when it comes to trying to approach the agent or the commission as to listening to hunters. So I represent about 15 guys that hunt up at Cheatham pretty regularly. Our biggest complaint for the last few years is for the last 2 seasons, Cheatham has only been open 13 of 30 days in the month of November. So if you're a deer hunter and we trophy hunt, Cheatham is a fantastic place to trophy hunt. But if you only get 13 days to come in there and hunt, and if they're restricted by quotas, and I've mentioned this to Mr. Winton and he agreed with it. Well, if you have a set of quota days and you have a weather event come in, well, that time is ruined. Okay. And if you go up there and scout and you can't come in at any time when you have the convenience during the month of November, you know, if you have an opportunity to go hunt, well, I'm restricted by quotas or a set of dates, that messes with why would you even really go do a lot of scouting? So my contention or my request would be what Mr. Butt has mentioned. And this has been a compromise with the game warden up there, Eric Timmons, to open it on November the 5th with muzzleloader, run it through November the 30th, coincides with the statewide bag limits with the bucks, and then go with one antlerless deer a day, because I have had many conversations with deer hunters up there who have said they would come back and hunt more if they could have more than just one antlerless deer. I've had many of those conversations. So as a compromise with the game warden up there, who now has more responsibilities of flooding and duck hunting stuff after November, we were okay with closing the entire game reserve down on those after November the 30th. The group that I represent is fine with that. Mr. Butt was good with that, talking with Wes and Eric up there. They went up there and met one day a couple of weeks ago, and they kind of hatched this idea out in these dates. I think that is a fantastic compromise. It's the agency compromising with the hunters. It's us giving the game warden up there what he needs to get ready for duck season, but it allows us access to Cheatham to deer hunt for the month of November, when that is the best and most quality time to hunt a deer up there.
Thank you, Mr. Sparkman. Is there any other discussion on the amendment? We have a motion and a second. Any further discussion? All right, we have an amendment on the floor. All in favor of changing the proposal to Commissioner Butt's amendment signify by saying aye.
Aye.
All opposed? No. Let's, all right, so I don't hear well. So everyone that's in favor of the amendment, let's do a roll call vote. Signify if you support the amendment, say aye. If you don't, say no. Annette, can you do a roll call of the Wildlife
Yes, uh-huh.
Committee? The amendment.
Well, I think it failed by voice.
You want me to do it?
No, I've got
Okay.
it. Sorry, just taking
Okay.
me a minute. Okay, Jimmy Granberry?
No.
Wally Childress?
No.
Brian McLaren?
No.
Stan Budd?
Yes.
Hank Wright?
No.
Steve Jones?
No. All right. So that particular amendment
No
fails.
second.
Is there any other discussion on Proclamation 2203?
Yeah, I'd like to move that we adopt the revised agency recommendations as a change. Revised gun opener and Thanksgiving schedule on the bottom.
All right, we have a amendment on the floor. Do I hear a second?
You repeat the motion?
The motion was to adopt the revised schedule that's on the screen. Do I hear a second to Commissioner Wright's motion? We have a second. Is there any discussion?
I
Could
only
we,
bring it to the
could
floor.
we consider for the November 19th, 26th period to make it non-quota and open it up for a buck and a doe? On the amendment?
Say that one more time.
Well, it says 450 quota. Could we take the quota off of that and open it up for non-quota hunt from November 19th through the 26th? And be able to take a buck and a doe during that period of time?
Are you asking to amend the amendment? Or are you asking? Are you asking
I'm
Commissioner Wright to
asking
change his amendment?
Mr. Wright to consider changing his, Commissioner Wright to consider changing his amendment.
A couple thoughts. Thank you, Stan. I think that I probably don't have enough data and information to go against the biologist and agency recommendations, just because I don't want to damage the quality of the hunt. But I think this takes us some steps in the right direction to provide more opportunity for people to enjoy that WMA. So I think I'm gonna leave it as is without further data or information to make me think that wouldn't change quality of the experience.
Let me just say, I want to thank the staff and the agency for at least inserting that period of time to change it to at least accommodate the opportunity for the weekend before Thanksgiving through Thanksgiving. I think that's an important period to be able to allow hunters. So with that being said, thank you.
All right. Are you offering an amendment to the amendment or are you just?
No,
Okay.
You know, Commissioner Wright says he's going to stay with his amendment, so it's up for
Okay.
a
We have,
vote.
we have a motion and a second. Any other discussion? Commissioner McCartney?
So with this revised session, does it leave in the antler restrictions from previous?
Yes, sir. Yes, those are tied to the quota hunt.
Okay, thank you.
Is there any other discussion? Commissioner Cox, you whispered something to me that I think bears repeating, so.
Were there quota permits left over, or were they all taken both hunts?
Let me ask Susie Spriggs to come. She was working on that a minute ago, and I can't quite read her text. Want to verify?
So all of the quota hunts were taken with the exception of the last gun segment, which had 100 left.
So the antler list had some left over.
100.
That's non-quota.
In the existing structure, that third gun segment, November 28th through December 4th, there were 100 left.
So mostly everybody wants to hunt, get to hunt.
Yes, sir.
Thanks.
Good point, Commissioner Cox.
If I might add a personal note, I've applied for the quota hunts twice here in the last couple of years, and I've gotten both my first choice and my second choice. And I think what that means is that they run through the list of applicants and give out the permits. And if there's some left, they run through the same names again. So again, it's a sample size of one based on my experience. But that, with what Susie said, would indicate that the commission a couple of years ago raised it from 400 to 450. And I think what that shows is we're kind of in a good spot as far as the quota, the number of permits.
All right, thank you. Any additional discussion on the amendment to accept the revised schedule as presented by commission? Hearing none, do I hear, please state your, and whether or not you're in favor of it by saying aye? All opposed?
No.
The ayes have it. The amendment passes. Is there any other discussion on Proclamation 2203, wildlife management areas?
Yes, sir.
Commissioner Butt.
I'd like to go back to the turkey change on Chickasaw and Natchez Trace. We had quite lengthy recommendation from a hunter who hunts there. And he asked that we not make that a quota hunt, that we apply the same rule, the restriction of one turkey for the first 2 weeks there, with the thought of, since the MAV unit is delayed and then you get a lot of hunters going into there. But then his comments was that he'd like to restrict the access to Walker only for those areas at those 2 locations. And so instead of making it quota, leave it open, but limit the number of birds to 1 bird for the first 2 weeks. And so I offer that as an amendment.
All right, so we have an amendment on the Natchez Trace. Let me make sure I got this right. We have an amendment on the Natchez Trace portion of the WMA. Summary is presented by staff to limit the
Chickasaw and Natchez Trace.
This is Chickasaw and Natchez Trace to limit to one bird like the other WMAs. Is that it in a nutshell?
Yeah, and make it not impose a quota system on it.
Okay. All right, so we've got a proposed amendment. Do I hear a second? I hear a second to the amendment. Do I hear a second to the amendment? I feel like I'm at an auction because you look like you're about to bid. Hearing none, the motion dies for lack of a second.
Amendment dies.
Is there any further discussion on Proclamation 22-03?
Yes.
Commissioner Butt.
I've had a lot of input on the bonus buck harvest on WMAs in regions 2, 3, and 4. And I'd like to offer an amendment to eliminate the bonus bucks with the exception of Oak Ridge and AEDC, to remove the bonus bucks. Maybe that would drive some of those people who were used to getting a bonus buck to CWD areas to kill an extra deer. And that would also address some of the population issues in 3 and 4. So I think that's a legitimate request to eliminate the bonus bucks in region 2, 3, and 4, with the exception of those 2 WMAs.
Okay, we've heard the amendment. Can you restate that, Commissioner Butt?
Maybe re-explain it for the slow end. I'm having trouble.
I think my understanding is a bonus buck program exists in regions 2, 3, and 4. And the request has been that we eliminate the bonus buck program in those areas. Pardon? Yeah. And with the exception of AEDC and Oak Ridge, where there's been a request to kill a lot more deer. And I think that it's been explained to me that the population in East Tennessee is not what they'd like for it to be. So, John, Mike, you might want to, can you address that at all?
I can speak to the whole idea of bonus bucks, if you will, just kind of generally. We have 14 WMAs that have bonus buck status.
Right.
2 of those you mentioned are partner properties. I'm looking to Wally. He's looking up some information. I don't know how many other ones are partner properties. We have state parks like Edgar Evans, and so some of those parks want to reduce the density. So there may be a reason to partner besides AEDC, and Oak Ridge wants us to do that. In the other place, like Wma Refuge, we mentioned earlier, I don't know if that has a bonus buck or not, but there are some cases, specific WMAs, where we want to draw people to hunt them. Not every WMA is the same in region 2, 3, and 4. Obviously, you know that. I'm speaking to the choir there. But so the commission, a number of years ago, when we did away with bonus turkeys, we had that same discussion. I don't remember if you were here or not, Commissioner, but we talked about bonus animals. And again, we went through, most of those bonus bucks have been removed, except in places where staff feel like we need to draw people there to increase the harvest on that property, whether it's a waterfowl refuge or something else, or a partner property. Or it's a partner property, they specifically ask us to have a bonus buck. So we went through that previously. We're certainly happy to look at that again. And I don't know if, John, there's a piece to add to that, or Wally either.
The only thing I can say for Region 4 of the WMAs, sort of hit the curve on you about 12 years. We got rid of the bonus bucks at Chuck Swan about 12 years ago. That was the only WMA that we had that was bonus bucks.
Okay.
That's Region 4.
Is that right, John? There's no bonus bucks in Region 4?
No, sir.
Okay.
So we've got a proposed amendment on the floor. It still needs a second.
Hold on, let him talk, because I don't understand. I'm still lost.
You-
He was about to say something.
Oh,
If I may, I just want to try to give a little background information. There's 14 WMAs that have bonus deer. Now that could be a bonus antlerless deer or a bonus buck, of course. We've got certain properties that are partner properties, and we've mentioned Oak Ridge and AEDC, but also some state parks, Edgar Evans and Fall Creek Falls, that we have some special hunts for those as population control. Those state parks in particular have a bag limit of 2 deer, and the first deer harvested must be an antlerless deer. And those are bonus deer, not a bonus buck, but a bonus deer. So both of those are, there's a difference right there a little bit. And the managers at the state parks requested these animals to be a bonus deer. So just to make the commission aware of the difference between a bonus buck and an antlerless deer, and also an antlerless deer, if that part was removed, then the bag limit on certain WMAs would even exceed the deer hunting unit in the state. So just wanted to make that point too.
So there's no need for the amendment then?
Just to clarify, between bonus bucks and antlerless deer would be my only recommendation, to make sure that was clear.
Hey, Commissioner Butt, if I might, the agency doesn't recommend addressing this at all. We feel like we've addressed it on a case-by-case basis on the WMAs. One other piece that I failed to mention earlier is we've talked about the deer management unit, change that's coming. Part of the reason for that is to manage deer at the smallest scale possible that's biologically relevant. And so to get to the comment, I believe that a stakeholder called you about where certain areas we don't want to kill more deer. That's the idea of the deer management unit. Some management units will have a population growth goal where the seasons will be restricted, the bag limits, the dates, or whatever, based on, again, public input, social science, and the biological data. So we're going to have, I think, more deer management units, and we'll be able to manage them for different goals and objectives. Again, we think as an agency that the bonus animals that we have, both bucks and does, meet the criteria and aren't excessive in any way.
Now withdraw my amendment.
thank you, Commissioner Butt. Any other discussion on Proclamation 2203? Hearing no further discussion, do I hear we need to vote on the proclamation as amended? Everybody that supports Proclamation 2203, wildlife management areas, public hunting areas, and refuges, hunting season limits, and miscellaneous regulations signify by saying aye. All opposed? Okay, Proclamation 2203 passes. Wildlife Committee. Madam Chairman, we've got one more, and then Commissioner Blue had made a request to make a short presentation. we can move on, or if you think we need to take a break.
Let's take about a 10-minute break. So be
Okay.
back
I
at,
was hoping you'd say, okay.
yes, sir. Thank you, Chairman Jones. Be back at 4:25.
Ghost, you have something to say? You even got him to talk.
You're just having too much fun.
I brought this.
I'm going to recognize Chairman Steve Jones with Wildlife.
Thank you, Madam Chairman. All right, so we're on the last proclamation under for the Wildlife Committee today. Proclamation 22-04, hunting seasons and bag limits on select national wildlife refuges and other federal areas.
Thank you,
Chief
Mr. Chairman. The only thing here, we have two things. One is just some normal calendar date changes to account for the calendar year, and then a request from the refuge manager on 3 refuges, Chickasaw, Upper and Lower Hatchie National Wildlife Refuge, to adopt the unit CWD seasons, bag limits, and transport regulations. So they want to adopt what we have on those WMAs. I'm sorry, on those refuges.
All right. Do I hear a motion to adopt Proclamation 22-04 as presented by staff? Do I hear a second?
Second.
We have a first and a second. Is there any discussion or amendments to be offered on this proclamation? All right, well, the ice has been broken. We have a motion and a second. There's no discussion, no questions. I think we talked about this particular proclamation in great detail at the preview. Hearing no additional discussion, everyone that is in support of Proclamation 22-04 signify by saying aye. All opposed? The ayes have it. Proclamation 22-04, hunting seasons and bag limits on select national wildlife refuges and other federal areas, is adopted by the Wildlife Commission. All of these proclamations will be presented to the full commission tomorrow with the amendments that the Wildlife Committee presented today. Thank you, Chief Benedict.
You're welcome. Just a reminder, there's one more proclamation for law enforcement.
What? Oh, well, I'm not done though.
Oh, okay.
We're still on Wildlife Committee, right? Okay. Okay. Give me just I guess to keep it in line, so I got a call last week from Commissioner Ballou, who had an idea, and being a commissioner and chairman of Wildlife Committee, and I think we all feel this way whenever we hear a great idea about the enhancement of wildlife. I mean, one of the reasons I love the Bill Dance Trail is because it enhances the habitat for that resource and gives outdoorsmen more opportunities to get out in the field and enjoy what we have here in Tennessee. Commissioner Blue had a great idea, and we talked about it, and he asked if he could make a very short presentation to the Wildlife Committee. So with that being said, Commissioner Blue, you've got the floor.
Hey, thank you, Chairman, for allowing me to do this on y'all's committee day. I'd like to call on Brad Wheat to the podium. If you would go ahead, Manager Brad Wheat, go ahead and get this started. Myself and Brad and Michael Parker had the privilege to go to the Big Sandy Mud Flats and look at it a couple of times the last week or two. It is at the dead end of Kentucky Lake. It borders 2 of our WMAs right now. It is an existing WMA right now. We are looking at approximately about 1,000 acres of hopefully designating at some point along the same lines of the Tennessee Tech duck mallard study of making this a resting area, area that ducks can rest. We can plant it by air with millet or whatever, rice or whatever Brad decides. And it'll be about 1,000 acre mini refuge that adjoins where most of our tier 2 and our tier 1 blinds are at in Big Sandy Bottom and Gin Creek Bottom. I'm going to turn it over to Brad, and he's going to make a short presentation on it. And then we'll hopefully, I would like to bring it back up in July and talk about it a little bit more extensively. Brad?
Yeah, so as Commissioner Blue had stated, he came to Big Sandy WMA with us, and we're just kind of batting around ideas on how to make some of these areas better. We have seen a pretty significant decline in the quality of hunting along Kentucky Lake in the last half a decade or so. And no different in Big Sandy WMA. We've got one thing about these WMAs is they're not owned by TWRA. They're leased from TVA. So we're in a long-term lease. So you have to understand this is part of TVA ground. And so Commissioner Blue, he sort of challenged us with, how can we make things better? He made the recommendation for this refuge. I don't know if I've got a pointer here. I don't know if it's going to work if I can't get it on. Anyway, I can point like this. It's you got it?
It's weird. I don't know why. How you pointing over there?
Okay. Yeah. So if you see here, this is the Big Sandy dewatering area levee. And those triangles in there are the tier 1 blinds that are associated with Big Sandy WMA. North of that levee is part of Kentucky Lake proper. It's the Big Sandy Creek, Big Sandy Bay. A lot of people refer to it as the Big Sandy Mudflats. That portion outlined in green that is outside of that levee is proclaimed as WMA. It does get very shallow or dry during the winter months when TVA does their annual drawdown. And at times it can be a very productive waterfowl area. There is hunting allowed there now. So what Commissioner Blue is proposing is that we would take away some hunting opportunity with the idea that we could create a better quality hunting in the adjacent portion of that WMA. The WMA is 2,300 acres in size. The portion that Commissioner Blue has proposed as a refuge is approximately 950 acres, or a little less than that.
This area used to hold blinds 13 through 17 on the Big Sandy Mudflats. Over the years, the Mudflats has silted in, and nobody really hunts it anymore, very much at all. You pretty much got to have an airboat to hunt it. You can't run a regular outboard across it. It's tough hunting. It's really shallow water. You see a lot of ducks rafted up out there through the winter. I think it would be a benefit to TWRA to fall in line with the Tennessee Tech Mallard study to create this and do it in a short-term period of 2 years or 3 years. Fly a plane through there, plant the mud flats, let it hold ducks, see if it increases our hunter success in Big Sandy Bottom and Gin Creek. And also there may be 1 or 2 people that won't get that opportunity to hunt there, but I'm also going to propose, and I don't think the commission's got to vote on it, adding another blind in Big Sandy Bottom, which would be a tier 1 blind that the hunters would build in brush. And it's where blind 5 used to be. I used to hunt that blind years ago, and they moved it in blind 10 field. We went down there and shot it. It's minimum 275 yards. The closest blind, the other blind's a little over 300, and the other 2 are 400 and 500. So it's a good shot distance. It's shallow water hunting, but that would create a new tier 1 blind. Another 8 hunters could enjoy that. It would be in the regular draw. And then we would create a 1,000-acre refuge that's already a WMA and at very little expense to TWRA, other than marking it and then possibly planting it for $4,000, $5,000 per year if we're able to do that. So if you've got anything else to add, Brad, add it. But we wanted to go ahead and propose it to the commission and then maybe come back in July with a little more formal proposal. Brad's going to present some actual numbers and then look at it and go from there. You got anything else, Brad?
No, covered it pretty good. Thank you.
Any questions?
Yeah, Monty, I know one of the things we challenged Jason on last year was at the end of the duck blind conversation was to add more tier 1 blinds.
Mm-hmm.
And they're looking at that. We didn't say how quickly or whatever. And you mentioned 1 blind. Is there an opportunity to do more?
I've talked to Brad about that. I think we're maybe possibility. Big Sandy Bottom, I know, we're on the other side, west side of blind 12 on out there around the corner. I don't know if we could add one over there or not. It would be a safety, non-safety issue. It'd be plenty of distance. But I just don't know the success of the blind. I think the blind that we're looking at adding possibly is a good blind. It's a little shallow water at times, first of the season, but it's very successful. I've hunted it over the years ago a lot. So yeah, I think, a tier 1 blind would be good. It's another blind we could put in the draw. It'd be a successful spot. And then, hopefully this would, over a short period of time, we could judge its success and, see if it helps our tier 1 and tier 2 blinds. So
I think the point is every opportunity to add one, future land purchases to add more, ratchet that number up and set a goal as to how many. I mean, who knows what that number is, but it's, one every other year, a couple every year adds up at the end of the day.
Thank you, Commissioner Blue. Great idea, and I appreciate you introducing it to the Wildlife Committee. And I would ask that, I would ask that staff take a look at that idea. Yep.
Mr. Chairman, if I may, we will have to do that in the month of August. We have no public meeting in July, so I think this will be putting the public on notice, and we will put that out and take comment on that, and then maybe you all can vote on that in the month of July as far as the refuge. If you were going to add a tier 1 duck blind, I would suggest that you do that tomorrow, as we will have to have that ready for the draw. Miss Susie would have to have that to be able to add in that. So I'd suggest giving us some time to bring you something back tomorrow to add a tier 1 blind, and then you all vote on that particular thing tomorrow. If we don't do it in this particular meeting, it will not be in the draw for this particular season.
Thank you, Chairman. One question to Acting Deputy Director Maxidon. If we made this a resting area, what process, since it's already our land currently as a WMA lease from TVA, what process do we have to go through to make it a resting area?
So probably the refuge would be the term that you're looking for. And
Right.
what that would be, we'd go through this proclamation process. You would vote on that, and then we would have to mark it with signage. And it would be restricted. It would probably be closed like our other refuges from either November 1st or November 15th through the end of February. So it would be completely closed to the public during those time periods.
Mr. Chairman, Steve, do we need to vote as a committee today on that duck blind ad, or we can do that tomorrow by the full commission?
I think we can do that tomorrow, can't we?
We can.
And maybe that'll give us some time to get some staff input. Commissioner Wright?
Just a question, Commissioner Blue, the new tier 1 blind that you're going to add or proposing to possibly add, is it on that map? Is there?
I could show you where it's at. It's about 275 yards from blind 11 and about 350 yards or so. Wouldn't you say, Brad, from blind 12, somewhere right around in there? 280. Okay. But it was an existing blind there for several years, and then they moved it back in the 10 field. And I was lucky enough. I got drawn 3rd at the duck blind drawing and drew it the first year they moved it, and had a great year. And but I can show it to you later tonight. I can show it to you on the map, but it's we shot the distances from it. It's a safe distance from everywhere. If it's got one downfall, I think it would maybe a little shallow water at the first of the season, depending on our water level in the bottom. Typically, we've always got too much water to plant because a lot of reasons, rain and spillway and things of that nature. But, if it does have a downfall, it'd be a little shallow water on the front end of the season. But other than that, it's good spot, good blind.
We'll look at it later. I thank you. I just appreciate your creative thinking and
Yes, sir.
looking to increase opportunity. I know everybody's for that.
Monty, on that map, what's north of, I guess that's north of the green area? It's a very definitive line, and it's gray above that. What is that?
That's just Big Sandy. That's the Big Sandy River.
Is that part of the WMA?
No. Once you go outside that green, you just go into the Big Sandy River, and you just
So it's open
continue-
hunting.
Sir?
People hunt that. I mean, it's open hunting.
Yes.
So-
We would close only the green portion south. North of it, there are blinds out there now that are, I think there's 2 blinds out there, but it's river hunting. It's
But
floating.
it's just open, it's just private.
Just wide open TVA property, TVA lake property. Same
Yeah,
as,
same-
yeah,
okay.
it's same as putting a blind in at Paris Landing, or it's not far from Country Junction, if you know where Country Junction Resorts.
So it's
at.
just public hunting.
It's just public hunting.
Thank you, Commissioner Blue, and we look forward to hearing about that tomorrow. Madam Chairman, that concludes the Wildlife Committee's business for the day.
Congratulations. Thank you so much. And thank you to the Wildlife Committee and everyone being patient that is not able to talk. We thank you. I'd like to recognize Commissioner Tommy Woods for Boating and Law Enforcement.
Thank you, Matt.
Thank you. I'm going to discuss 4 different changes in our Manner and Means Proclamation 2205 for consideration. The first, I'd like to talk about just a brief comment on the comment section that we got that would pertain to this. Fanning, there were 92 people in support of the ban, 13 opposed it. Another 13 comments supported a ban on all male decoys, all are part of the season. Another 2 comments supported a ban on fanning male decoys, but exempt youth hunters. And then there were 4 comments about baiting and some other miscellaneous comments. A recommended change, this would pertain to the muzzleloading hunting. The change would be muzzleloading rifles and muzzleloading shotguns are defined as those firearms in which a projectile rifle or projectile shotgun must be loaded from the muzzle front end of the barrel, and the firearm being of design and manufacture that prevents the projectiles from being loaded from the breech or the rear end. And I'm going to go through all 4 of these, and I'm assuming that's when we'll come back for discussion on them. That will be for the legal hunting devices, and that's the change for the muzzleloader. The next change in the Manner and Means section will be on WMA lands, the practice of fanning or reaping is prohibited. Fanning or reaping is defined as hunting or stalking wild turkeys while holding or using for hunter concealment any of the following items: a tail fan, a partial or full decoy with a tail fan, or a tail fan mounted to a firearm. Tail fans include those made of real or synthetic feathers or an image or likeness of a tail fan applied to any material. The next one, that would fall under prohibited acts. The next one will be a recommended change of the big game tagging and check-in section. And it would be just an addition to the a premolar tooth must be submitted to TFWC no later than February 15th after the season in which the bear harvested ends. So it's just, I think prior to this, it was a voluntary submission, and this would make it a mandatory submission before the 15th of February, or by 15th of February. The next recommended change, big game tagging and check-in, would be after a replacement buck is earned, the next antler deer harvested, even if harvested during the following year's deer seasons, will constitute and be noted in the TWC's licensing system as the replacement buck. And those are the 4.
Thank you, Lieutenant Colonel. We're hearing Proclamation 2205. Do I have a motion for approval from the Boating and Law Enforcement Committee? Okay, we have a first and we have a second. Any discussion? Commissioner Woods.
I got something on read right here that's in this proclamation. I mean, it's been in there for a while, I guess, but it says use or possession of the following equipment is prohibited. And it says predator calls while night hunting. That's in this, it's nothing that's changing, but I mean, I just caught that a few days ago when I was reading over it. Could we not put predator calls while night hunting is allowed just for coyotes? I'd say it's in there just because of bobcats and foxes or whatever, but I would like to see, or if I need to make an amendment or whatever, see these guys that's doing this depredation on coyotes be able to use a call at night, just for coyotes only, not foxes, not bobcats.
I think that's in that TCA code that we've discussed before about the coyote hunting or depredation permits. that it would be an officer discretion thing when they called in to say, hey, I've got coyotes killing livestock or chickens or whatever, that it would be similar to a big game depredation permit where the officer would say, spotlighting deer is illegal, but on this situation, they could do it on that permit or that situation when they called the officer and let him know about it. So I asked Darren, is there any other comment on that?
Me and him talked about it earlier, but I just didn't know if we need to spell it out better in this proclamation so people understand it better, in other words.
Commissioner Woods, I see what you're saying, but I think there's value there as it is written for the other illegal activities. But if you're underneath the TCA code for the landowners, you're okay.
Right.
So there's value there to have that language there for the other activities that make it illegal to use those. If
Like
have
you
I
talked
confused
about
you?
bobcat and foxes, stuff like that.
Yes, sir. That's the value there.
Yeah, I understand it. I didn't know if we put in there predator calls while not hunting just on coyotes. I didn't know if that would spell it out a little better.
I think that's going to make it worse, to be honest with you.
Really?
We just leave it as is, and we still have that ability to handle those landowners dealing with nuisance and damaging.
Okay.
And we still have that illegal activity in place for the other bobcats and foxes and whatnot. I think we're good.
I just keep getting calls about it, and people say, well,
Tell
how come I...
Tell them to call the local officer.
Okay.
And we'll work through that if that helps.
Okay. Thank you.
Okay, anyone else? Any amendments to any of the 4 items that Lieutenant Colonel proposed? Hearing none, all in favor of Proclamation 22-05, matter and means of hunting and trapping, say aye. Opposed? Motion passes.
Thank you.
Thank you, and back to you, Madam Chairman.
Thank you, Chairman Woods. Okay, let's see, where are we at? I would like to call on Commissioner Bill Cox for the Budget Committee meeting. You get to speak.
My head hurts. Mr. Tarkington.
Thank you, Mr. Chairman. I should be able to finish in under an hour. I have a 2-page report. It's on the screen, probably on your iPads or books. I'm reporting financially through the month of March. The boating fund at the top of the page of the first slide. The sales registration income is approximately $250,000 above the projected amount for this point in time. The expense of the budget, expense of the to the allotment for the year is approximately 39% of the year. And the wildlife, the next slide or middle of the page, license income is approximately 5.3 million more than projected at the first of the year. The expense to the allotment is at 54% of the year. The wetlands acquisition fund, the next slide or bottom of the page, has approximately 14.8 million. And the last slide or last page identifies the funds that are invested in the reserve balances. I would add that we've seen a decrease in value, no loss. You don't lose it till you sell it. But we have seen a decrease in the market value of the investment since January. I'm not reporting on April yet, but we have April and it's down as well. You can see the SPIF balance That's the amount that's in the short-term investment called the State Pool Investment Fund, and it's currently earning 0.19%. Any questions or comments?
Let's back up to the license income. The projection, the difference is 5 million on license.
Correct.
Based on your budgeted amount or the actual from last year? You said your
It's a
projection.
projected. It's an amount that was an average over the preceding 3 years.
All right, so it wasn't necessarily a low projection.
No. And if you're interested in what it was, what we received last year and what we're receiving this year, in wildlife, we're approximately 2% above what we actually received last year at this point in time.
Okay, that's kind of what I'm getting at. We're on a
Yeah.
really good path.
Yeah. On the other hand, boating is approximately 2% less than where we were at this point in time last year.
Yeah. Okay. Anyone have any questions from the committee or the commission? Comments, questions? Thank you.
I might just make this statement that the reason boating is probably down is because availability of retail boats to be purchased. And so that's presents an issue when it comes to registering them. So I think that's worth noting as far as availability of supply.
Thank you.
Thank you.
That's all for the budget committee today, Madam Chairman.
Thank you, Chairman Cox. We appreciate it. Thank you all for your patience today. Everybody did a great job. And I have a motion to adjourn.
So move.